You're very welcome to this Swiss Poker Open final day. We are broadcasting live from Kings Resort. Fintan Gavin is my name, and the TD there just doing a redraw. It looks like it's a brand new table we have. Going to be six-handed here on our feature table. I understand there's 26 players left in the field. This was a 500 plus 50 buy-in. Right hand side, just taking his seat there is Nicolas Kojovic from France, and Nicholas on 2.1 million. But there's a lot shorter than him. Dali Bor 1.2 million, which equates to 12 big blinds, with the big blind at 100,000 for this first new level of the final day of the Swiss Poker Open. The clock now is increased to a 1 hour clock. So plenty of play, really good structure. For this main event, attracted 1,219 entries in total, producing a prize pool close on 580,000. Winner will receive approximately 112,000, which will include the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. That World Series of Poker Europe kicking off, of course, next month. It's confirmed for November 19th, the festival itself. And then the main event of the festival, the 10k buy-in, with the 5 million guarantee, that kicks off on the first Friday in December, which is the 3rd of December, and goes right through to the following Wednesday, the 8th of December. So we have Friday day 1A, Saturday day 1B, day 2 Monday, day 3 the 7th, and then 4th final day Wednesday, the 8th of December. That really will be a phenomenal event. World Series of Poker Main Event Europe. A massive volume of live qualifiers. Of course, that really will attract many of the regs. So expecting gigantic numbers for that World Series of Poker Europe main event. There's one event in the year that you want to target if you're the type of player that just picks out one or two big events a year. That certainly should be one of them. So you can see the blinds, 50,000, 100,000. Of course, we play the big blind ante all the way through. Dealer just checking both decks. Really good structure. 1 hour clock starts on day one with 40-minute clock, 50,000 stack. Then day 2, 50 minutes. And day 3, 1 hour. Really cool structure. More and more play as you progress through the tournament. Just six-handed on our feature. And my favourite dealer in the chair. This will be orderly, believe me. That's the Spaniard, Luvaro Hondra, and that's Claudio, directly opposite the dealer. That's Nicholas in the centre of your screen, and at seat 8 then Dalibor, who's very short. So off we go, 50k, 100k. This is the Swiss Poker Open, 26 remaining. A couple of short stacks. Average is 2.3 million, which is 23 bigs. Always get a bunch of bust outs on the first level these final days. Dalibor, 12 bigs folds. This is Siggy Jackson, 2.9 million. Small blind, king 4. Siggy puts in the additional 50k, check from Luvaro, the Spaniard, with sunglasses, black baseball cap and the black mask. He misses completely, but Siggy has made top pair. He could check here for deception, try and induce action from Luvaro, or he could just play it straight forward, lead out top pair. Several draws out there, so all very reasonable here. Siggy Jackson takes down the pot, button moves. Eight, 6 of diamonds. This is the big stack on the table, 5.1 million. Double the average fee. Under the gun, first position at 6-handed here. 8-6 suited. Opens. $225 folded around to the Spaniard in the small blind position. This is a 12 big blind stack, suited ace, not interested, and the big blind not defending with the king 5. So fee takes it down, 5.4 million. Just catching up with the Twitch chat and Bobik, Johan, Rast Adam, Jordan, Bird. Really great to see all the regs. Thanks for tuning in. It's going to be an action-packed day. 580k will be distributed, well, the vast majority of that, between these remaining 26 players. I'm told there's a bust out in the outer table. So just 25. One of these players will be awarded 112,000. Now Dalibor in the hijack with the ace 4, 12 bigs. Dalibor from Croatia folds the ace 4. It's the chip leader in the big blind. This is Siggy, 3.2 million, 9-7 and the cutoff folds, and now we're on to Luvaro, who should be shoving really here, suited ace for 12 bigs. And he does shove, but I mean this is tough. We're going to see a snap from Fee. Big slick suited, there we are. And bad situation for the Spaniard. Fee having him absolutely crushed. Look at the equity. I find that quite extraordinary. Ace King versus Ace 3. 62% versus 38%. Really surprising how big the Ace 3 is. Well, that's why it was 38% pre-flop. There was a king folder, remember. Rivero hits the 3, but this diamond on the turn opens up a host of outs for Fee. King, obviously. Well, king it is. And the Spaniard eliminated. Got value for money that last hand. But the Ace King with the resuck on the river after the 3 appeared on the flop. So, big stack here. 6.5 million. Average 2.5. There we are, 6.6 million, which is 66 big blinds. Blinds are 50, 100k. We're 5-handed. We still have 4 tables in play. Dealer just waiting, I believe, for player to come. Table will be broken. Well, no, we're dealing on. There you have it, the chip count. And your screen is Nicholas Kojovic, who's posting big blind, and then under the gun is the short stack Dalibor, who's just bringing something to the dealer's attention. This dealer is one of the best around. You're going to see very slick, orderly game. Dalibor, of course, folds the 6-2 off, no interest. This is Siggy Jackson. 3.2 million, average is 2.4. Claudio, also short, ace 10. You can see new players being brought to this feature table. This is interesting. Fee with a small pair. I don't mind either way. This shoving the button is going to be quite wide, but I mean, these small pairs never performing well post flop. You really want to get your money in first. So I mean, I really don't mind a fold here. But Fee has the chips running well. What was the chance he's up against? Ace deuce, pocket deuces. They're the only 2 hands really he's beating. Huge combination of hands he's a dog to. And he's flipping quite a lot, so you can understand the fold. He's not closing the action. Claudio will take that. Ace 10 on the button, up to 1.5 million. 15 bigs. Button moves, and I'm told there's a bunch of bust outs from the outer tables. Straight away, we're getting action. Marco, 3.7, which is 37 bigs. Sitting in seat 2. I love this new graphic. Really nice. Siggy's fold. This is Marco, the Italian. Maserati with the Queen Jack straight away, making it 200k. Claudio with an ace in the cutoff. I think he just lets this go. Now, Fee, suited connectors on the button, has position. I mean, I'm just inclined to let this go, particularly if you've no intel on the new arrival. But perhaps Fee does know one or two things about Marco. Remember, they have been playing for a few days here. This is Dalibor. This is an opportunity. 10 bigs, big blind, pocket sevens. How do you play? Flat call. I mean, versus two opponents, I'm not really fancying my chances with pocket sevens. I'm going to try and tin the field. And this might actually get through this shove, because Marco's in a pretty tough spot with a not so strong holding. I think he's going to get squeezed out here, Marco. Additional 900k, 9 bigs, not closing the action. Big stack on the button. Always the danger that the chip leader could be trapping with a monster button position, so not guaranteed to get to realize his equity if he puts in this 900k. Fee could always reship, so I think Marco just needs to cut his losses here. 200k, say goodbye, throw the cards in, just asking dealer for an exact count. Dealer now confirms the amount. So, good spot here for Dalibor. Sevens. I mean, he's in great shape because the hand he's flipping against can't really reasonably call here. There's no, I mean, this would be too loose, too out of line, making a call. And Fee with just 5 high has to let it go, and that's a nice pickup for the short stack, who's gone from 1 million behind after posting to scooping the pot now 1.7 million. So, Maserotto does let go of the Queen Jack. Fee, the chip leader, folds to 5 high. Now, Marco, Maserotto, King Jack under the gun. Well, he opened with Queen Jack under the gun +1, so I don't see why he shouldn't raise with the King Jack. You can just get the feel from this guy, Marco Maserotto, that he's a real action player. Dalibor, small blind, King 4 straight. into the bin once he sees that 4 dangler. And you can see the field size top right, already 3 bust outs. Only playing 10 or 15 minutes. King 4 is binned as expected, and now the big blind Siggy 6 deuce offsuit is just one of these hands you feel not profitable to defend with long term. Hands the money over to Marco. And now Marco posting big blind ante. Good to see the regs back in the chat. Seems like quite a while since we've had a final day. Well, it was last Sunday, I think, the German poker days. Incredible story. The Romanian. Absolutely incredible run he's on. Last week's winner. Week before, he final tabled. I am, of course, speaking about Dragos Gabriel. 50k last week. Week before then, he final tabled the European Poker Days main event. He actually came fourth for 20k, and he was on this table last night with a big stack. Don't know what's happening on the outside. Oh boy, Dalibor, ace-9 suited, all in. And Siggy, what a situation. Chip leader opens with the jack-7. Dalibor shoves with the ace-9 suited. Don't blame him. Button shove, this is super standard, but how does Siggy Jackson play? Just flats. But Fee, not going to get caught. Doesn't fall for it. Gets rid of the jack-7. And Dalibor. Look down at ace-9 suited versus the big stack open. 3-bet all in. Well, I mean, he was getting the jack-7 to fold for sure, but unfortunately for him, Siggy Jackson wakes up with the super premium hand of ace-ace, and that's pretty much it. There is backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight, but 90% equity for Siggy, and that 4 on the turn ends it. Dalibor, Busto, Siggy Jackson gets his stack up to about 5 million, I think. Close to 50 bigs for Siggy. Viewers just tuning in, this is the Swiss Poker Open. That's a new arrival on our table. Ramadani, 1.1 million. Not great shape. Mohammed Ramadani, 1.1 million. And straight away he has to post close to 20%. Look who it is, Tomovic. 1.6 million, the regular here in the resort. Massive experience. Cash game grinder. Tournament reg. Alexander Tomovic. Under the gun, 1.6 million. Vastly experienced. I'm loving this new graphic that introduces the players. This is Claudio, 15 bigs, Queen Jack suited. Don't mind this. 15 bigs. Well, one of the benefits of this shove, he's going to get the likes of this ace 10 to fold, I think. Siggy will have a hard time calling here on the button, given there's a couple of players still to act, and that's one of the reasons I like the shove. It is a bit punty, but hugely rewarding. He goes from 1.5 million to 1.8 million. Big difference between 15 and 18 big blinds. Ramadani has folded, so $1.8 million. Awarded to this gentleman you see in the centre of your screen and just shoved with the Queen Jack suited. It's our chip leader on the right of your screen, sporting a very slick tattoo on his neck. That is fee. Over 6 million. Over 60 big blinds. Great situation developing for him. He does come across as quite comfortable. Got away from a few spots, but is showing intent, willingness, not happy to just sit back on his stack. He's looking to get out there and play pots. That's what you got to do if you want to win a tournament. This is Claudio. Not much happening. He's going to have to generate something. Would you believe the field size down to 18? Now that was fast. 3.3 million is the average stack, which is a little deeper, 33 bigs. Siggy with the small pair opens. This is Marco Masarotto with the ace jack on the button. Marco looking to 3-bet, and I think this will work. Claudio folds. So action back with Siggy. What do you do with pocket twos? Well, you're out of position. I mean, I'm just letting this go. Marco Masarotto with the 3-bet gets his stack up to 4 million. I'm liking this guy, Marco. Plenty of aggression, willingness to get involved. Dealer just pointing out stack a little bit dirty, 100Ks to the front. Chip leader on your left. In your screen there is Nicholas Kovacic. So 100K plus for first. This really is a massive opportunity. What a score, 6-figure score. This is just a €500 buy-in. Marco, 4 million in the cutoff. Makes it 200 to go. Snap fold from Mohammed. Tomovic is missing. This is Claudio with ace-10 suited in the small blind. 3-bet all-in rip. And Fee just has to fold the Jack-5. Not even sure why his cards aren't in the bin as of yet. There's no possibility he's interested in continuing. But dealer does count. Fee hasn't even looked at his hand. But once he does see Jack 5, he snap folds. This is Marco Maserato. The Italian facing 3-bet. All in. Shoved back into his face. Marco in the tank. Can't see his cards, but less gets King, Queen, King, Jack. Small pair. Who knows? Could be anything. It's Marco. He's not interested in continuing, and Claudio gets his stack up to 2 million. Nice work. $500,000 profit in the last couple of hands for Claudio. Brings him up to 20 bigs, 2 million. Fee still up top, 6 million. Short stack, Ramadani, 840. It's got to make something happen soon. Blinds 50, 100k. Tomovic was moved to another table to balance the tables. So we're 6-handed here, 3 tables of 6 players. We will pause the clock when down to 16 players. Average 3.3 million. Marco folds the Jack 6, now the short stack. Well, this is a mandatory shove. 848.5 bigs. It's just a matter of a couple of seconds before Mohammed Ramadani announces all in for sure. That's 400k. All in announced as expected. 840 total for Mohammed Ramadani from Switzerland. Claudio with an ace in the button. Ace 8. Well, it's just 8.5 bigs. Button shove. Well, it's cut off shove. So I can understand why the player on the button is interested with ace 8. That's the chip count for our feature table. Just 6-handed. Ramadani up to 10 bigs, well, closer to 11. And then we have Fee up top, 5.9 million. This is Claudio with an ace. This is Fee. Chip leader folds. This is Nicholas. Queen 5 small blind. Nicholas down to 1.6 million. He folds now. Siggy Jackson. Getting a walk with the A7. Button moves, blinds posted, Marco, big blind. And under the gun will be Mohammed Ramadani. So, short stack, Mohammed Ramadani, 4 deuce, straight in the bin. You can see the field size, 17, one more bust out. And we're going to actually stop the clock. Redraw, final 2 tables. This is Claudio. Well, this guy really is not afraid to get his chips in. Ace 4, suited 20, big blind shove. And it's going to work. Both players in the blind, Siggy and Marco, fold. And Claudio takes down the blinds and antes, and he's gone from 1.5 million to 2.2 million. He's added an additional 50% of a stack to a stack. Claudio under the gun, king 7. This will go into the bin, surely. And now the chip leader with the 10-8 folds. Nicholas, 1.6 million. 16 bigs. No time. Not much time, should I say. But can afford the button to run through. Once or twice more. Siggy folds. Marco Massaroto in the small blind with the king 7. And I like this. He's just putting Ramadani all in. His greatest exposure is 900k. Even though it looks like a loose shove, it's not. This is correct move. Now Ramadani should be just snapping here. There's no need for this tanking. Well, in fairness to him, just takes a second or two. Marco looks down at the bad news, but there you go. You're always going to call there, Marco says. Ramadani goes, yeah, probably, but am I not allowed to take a second to think? Fair enough, says Marco. I'm an expert lip reader. This is Marco Massaroto, small blind, king 7. Oh boy. Club draw for Marco. He's gone ahead, 57%. Ramadani in the lead with ace high. But it's over because he is drawing dead on the turn. Jack of clubs. What can you do? Pretty standard situation. Marco moves in with the king 7. Mohammed Ramadani looks down at ace queen. Of course he calls. Marco up to 4.6 million. I think we are going to take a break for a redraw. Yeah, field size 16. You can see in the top right hand side of your screen. Clock is stopped. These players will go into a random redraw. We're going to be back in 20 minutes. Do join us then for the final 2 tables of the Swiss Poker Open. Welcome back. So, some big names on this feature table. This is Melchior Storian, French player. Under the gun, making a 200k. Bink sitting on 3 million, and it's Rupert Derler, who we featured last night. Very solid Rupert. In the hijack here with the Queen 8 suited. Now, Ada.
7 call, 8 max. 200,000. 1 pass. 2 pass. Heads up to the flop.
Ace 4 suited versus the King 9 suited.
3 check.
So we seem to have a new name listed.
Bet 230,000. 3 pass.
Okay, this is Fee. Just ignore the graphic listing him as Ada. So, Claudio, you can see in the left of your screen sitting on around 2 million. Then we have Bink in the center of your screen, and then Rupert Derler.
4 pass.
Claudio folds, Bink folds. This is Rupert. He'll be folding the 7-6.
6 pass. 7 pass.
Now, Dragos, what a story emerging. It's like quite likely this guy will make his third final table in 3 weeks of a major event. That is just outstanding. It really is. You can see on the button there, Tomovic. That is Alexander Tomovic, the Serbian reg. Vastly experienced. Under the gun here, Bink. Now, action on Rupert. Rupert will be folding this Queen 5. And now Fee, listed here as Ada, Ace 8, 6.3 million, second in chips. These are the two big stacks side by side. You can see in the very right of your screen, Dragos quickly folds, and now Slavic from Slovakia with the Jack 5 suited. Tomovic folds, but Dorian, small blind, Jack 10, lets it go. And Claudio deciding not to defend with the 10-9. Well, that will work. Fee wins another one. Massive stack. Average about 3.5 million. He's sitting on double that. Well, close to double that. And the player on his immediate left, our right here, you just see the yellow top and the tats. That is Dragos. There you have him in the screen. So Rupert under the gun with the Queen 10. 4.3 million stack. Average now 3.8, in fact 38 bigs, which is pretty deep. Not super deep, but plenty of play. This is Dragos. 7.6 million. Now Slavic, he folds, and Alex Tomovic folds. Melchers folds. And Bink gets a walk with the 4-3 off. That'll work. Bink posting small blind. Now big blind posted by Rupert Derler, who you see in the very right hand side of your screen. We featured many of these players last night. Now Dragos, King Queen will be opening for sure.
Raise 275,000.
275,000 with the King Queen from the chip leader Dragos. Claudio not involved in this. This is Bink. And now we have the Austrian in the big blind with the Jack 6 offsuit. No interest. Double the average stack. Average stack for 8-handed Dragos. So quite reasonable to expect him to make another final table appearance, which I find just incredible, to be honest. I really do. It's remarkable form. Under the gun, 10-8 suited. Early position, but Dragos very active but not getting involved in this one. Dorian. The French reg folds. This is Bink on the button with the 5-2 off now. Rupert, small blind, 6-3 off. Well, he's going to be giving you a walk. 2 fee in the big blind. Second in chips fee, listed here as Ada. 6.6 million, 66 bigs. Another 15 minutes left in this 50k, 100k level, and then we move to the 60, 120. So Bink in the cutoff with the King Queen. Rupert with the Queen 9.
6 pass. 7 pass.
Dragos you'd expect to defend. Min raise just 100,000, getting 4.5 to 1. 4.5 to 1 to call. So 100k will be going in. There's the 425k chips. Dragos makes the call. Jack 10 offsuit. Bink in position with the King Queen. So any paint here will connect with at least one of the players, but 8 high. Both miss. 8-4 deuce. Kind of board you think would favour the player in the big blind, which is Dragos, who checks and Bink checks back. We're going to go to a turn 4 on the turn now. For sure Dragos will be leading here, I expect. There's 550k out there. Bink is check back, flop, and that 4 on the turn will make it extremely difficult for Bink to call with 2 overcards, but he makes a very strong call here, Bink, realizing that Dragos is going to be leading out here huge percentage of the time, regardless of his holdings, and Bink showing good recognition. This ace is a great card for Bink because Dragos has to shut down now. Bink has all the aces in his range. Dragos can't continue. Checks, and Bink just king high, trying to figure out how often he's good here. Well, often enough for him to check back, and he shows the king high, and that was very strong play from Bink. He takes one from the chip leader Dragos, who's still chippy, 7.3, close to double the average, but good recognition from Bink. Clear understanding of what was going on there. Under the gun, Alex Tomovic, the Serbian reg, ace 7 suited. Now this guy has a bunch of experience, high quality tournament / cash game player. He's played the big games, particularly the no limit hold'em, but quite seasoned on the tournament format. A7 suited, 1.6 million. Makes it 225, just 16 bigs behind in a stack. This is Bink playing average stack, Queen 10 suited, he folds, and Rupert with the 5-3. Now, action on Dragos, small blind, King Queen suited. "16 players still in the mix. Dragos asking what the action is. Tomovic opened under the gun from 16 bigs in his stack. He made it 225,000, blinds 50, 100k. This is the chip leader. Flat calls. with the king queen suited. That's another king folded. That won't help Dragos. Less cards to hit. But he's suited, he's connected. Alex with a7 hits. Dragos, he's missed. He does have the backdoors. Backdoor straight and flush potential. Tomovic has connected. Dragos first to speak. One of the features of Dragos's game, he doesn't get harassed or harried. He just takes his time. Very clear, Dragos, in his decision making, as is this guy Alex Tomovic. Now these are very high level players, believe me, these guys. Tomovic bleeds out as you'd expect. Sizing 175. Goes on the very small sizing. 650 in the pot. He goes at 175. I'm loving this size. Dragos with all the chips. Tempted, but Tomovic forces him to fold and takes down the pot with the a7 of diamonds after connecting with the board. Tomovic will post now the 100k big blind, 100k big blind ante, and it'll bring his stack up to 2 million, 20 bigs. Average is about 36 blinds, 3.6 million. You see Bing sitting on average. Well, it's actually more now. It's closer to 4 million, 3.8. You can see it there. 16 players. This is a 1 hour clock, so plenty of play. Not long left in this 100k level. But Rupert Derler from Austria, 4.1 million, just sitting above average. Rupert folds, and now Fee, King 5, cut off. Makes his move, 225. Dragos has to get out of the way. Being involved in quite a lot, Dragos, as usual, but won't get involved with the Queen 5 offsuit, nor will the player in seat 1 from Slovakia, Slavic. But Alex Tomovic in the big blind, ace-4, you'd expect to defend here. Really tough opponent, this guy Tomovic. Ace-4 can be ahead sometimes. Tomovic puts in the additional 125 and we go to a flop. And that's top pair again for Tomovic. Ace-4. Checks, of course, and of course Fee is going to rep this ace. $600k in the pot. He's going to come out for about 250, I expect. Well, this is super small sizing, 140k. Tomovic makes the call. Eight on the turn. Tomovic with the check mark, 100%. Now Fee, does he go again? Try and move his opponent off. 6x, 3x, straight draws. No, he checks back. Handbrake on. Seven on the river. Tomovic with a decision now. Does he go check call, or does he try and extract value? Tomovic
7 check showdown.
checks. He'll take down another pot and it'll bring his stack to 2.5 million, 25 big blinds. So from 16 bigs, Tomovic has got a stack up to 25 big blinds. And you can see the French player just to the left of Tomovic, our right. That is Dorian Melchers, who you see now posting big blind. Highly talented online pro. This is Claudio under the gun. He folds Bink, who's been pretty impressive for me. Bink featured him last night, of course, on our stream, and again today,
5 raise 200.
showing a lot of strength of character. Bink, A7 suited. He raises Rupert Durler, super solid Rupert. Plays pretty straightforward.
6 passes, 7.
Doesn't look to get too tricky, overthink things. He just gets the hands and he plays them. This is Dragos now. This guy is a bag of tricks, believe me. But Queen 8 suited goes into the dustbin and the Slovak folds in seat 1. And now action has moved right around to Dorian, who's sitting with 3.3 million behind. Minimum raise, 5-2 suited. Of course he's going to call. Not so much to hit his pair. He wants to hit straights, flushes, 2 pairs, trips. But he's completely missed this. As has Bink, but Bink with the advantage. Pre-flop raiser is in the lead. He can just small bet here, will end the hand. Dorian just can't call here. 5 high. Lets it go. Bink takes down another one, brings him up above average. 4 million. Well, it's pretty much spot on average. 15 players remaining. 60 million in play. So yeah, 4 million would be the exact average. I'm really liking this table. Some real experienced players, some informed players. Then we have the young French pro thrown into the mix also. And a couple of ringers. Should make for fascinating entertainment.
6 passes.
Now, Fee, pocket nines. He's listed here as Ada, but this is Fee. Second in chip, 6.2 million pocket nines. 225, which seems to be Fee's standard raise size with the blinds at 50, 100, but we're going to see action because Slavic is sitting on 1.5 million and this blind level about to expire. This is going to be a 3-bet shove all in from the Slovakian. All in announced, ace king suited. Now king in the bin. Not good news. Oh wow. Claudio with the jacks, and this will probably force Fee out of the pot. He's going to get counts here. See what exactly he's up against. Biggest stack is Claudio with 1.9 million. I think it's just too big a percentage. Too much action. Cold 4-bet from Claudio. So I think these nines will eventually make their way into the dealer muck area. Will take another minute for Fee to figure it out. Victor Dennis saying this is an easy fold. Well, perhaps. I don't know. Is it easy given his chip stack. He can afford to make the call. There's a high probability these guys are blocking each other. So it's not like, it's not, super straightforward. I think it is a fold. I think he will fold. And you know what? Victor, tennis, I think you are right. So this is what you call a pretty much a classic flip. The ace king versus the jacks. Ace king, 53% favorite. He is suited. There is a king in the dustbin. That percentage tells me there is a jack binned also. Should Slavic hit, Claudio will be in big trouble. Look at this. Straight draw, backdoor flush, 2 overs. But jacks now with a sizable advantage. Oh, it's horrible. And you can see Slavic just fist bump yes to his fans on the rail. Claudio will survive. He still has change, but he's going to be down to just a couple of blinds. Now, 2 outs straight possibility, but full house. No, it's not a full house. It's aces and queens. Slavic needed to avoid it. Hitting 2 pair there would have given Claudio the straight. Dealer does the mathematics. Claudio will get the bad news of what he has to pay. He's going to be left with just a couple of bigs because the blind level has increased now. It's gone from 50, 100 to 60, 120. And he's going to be left with around 300k, just 2.5 big blinds. Viewers who have recently tuned in, you're wondering what you're watching. This is the Swiss Poker Open. It's the final of the main event, the final day. It's been happening all week, this festival. This is the 500 plus 50 main event. You can see in the background there the 400k guaranteed. But the prize pool has swelled with 1200 plus entries. We have about 580k in the prize pool. We are down to just 15 players, I believe, from the 1219 entries that began. Now, Rupert with the 9-6. All of these players guaranteed 5,000. They have 10x their initial stake. This is Fee with the big slick suited. This is Slavic King Queen suited. And he's back in business here, sitting on 3.5 million. Makes the call with the King Queen of Spades. Tomovic in the cutoff with Ace 8 quickly folds. French Pro folds big in the big blind with Queen 4. Gets out of the way. That's not good for Slavic. Queen being binned. And Fee is 2-1 favourite here with the Ace King suited versus the King Queen of Spades. Now, 9 high board, 9-5-4, both miss, both with the backdoor flush. Gone check, check. 8 on the turn.
Seven bet. 265,000. 265. One plus.
Slavic, let's go the king queen. Had the advantage of position, but completely missed that board. Fee takes
120.
the pot down.
Okay, guys, change that to black, everybody.
So new blind level introduced. 60,000, 120,000. And very short is Claudio. Two bigs basically. Ace queen, 6.5 million stack. Average is 4 million. 15 players remain. This new blind level 60, 120. So fees open. 250. Fold it right around. And all in for the short stack player. Claudio, ace deuce, feels he's got to move in. Rupert Derler getting a great price here. Rupert 135 with 805k. This is a call. Rupert needs to call here. There's no re-raise option open to fee listed here as 8A. And Rupert Derler correctly calculates the pot odds, feels this is a must call, which it certainly is. 8-7 suited, connected. Loads of potential. 40% three-way, but 8-7 has missed. Would you believe Claudio has hit? Rupert points to the pre-flop razor. He checks, it goes check, check. No side pot developing yet. 9 on the turn. Ace queen has missed. 8-7 has missed. The ace 2 has made a pair. And Claudio will survive. And he'll actually get a stack up to 8 bigs. I'm not really understanding that bet from Rupert Derler. There was no side pot. Just let me understand this. It was a 250 raise, 255 all in from Claudio. So there was no side pot, it was a dry pot. I don't get the bet there from Rupert Derler. Well, I guess he probably felt that Claudio was so short that could have been doing that with weaker than 8 high. Interesting situation. Not really totally clear on that. Perhaps I missed something. Perhaps I didn't. This is Dragos, the form player. Queens under the gun. Dragos will open. Blinds are 60, 120. This is interesting. Sevens on the button. Bink deciding to make the call now. Rupert Derler. Ace Jack. This is dangerous. Rupert Derler. Ace Jack open under the gun from very active player Dragos. Super active, in fact. Bink flats on the button. Rupert Derler looks down at Ace Jack. Rupert in the small blind position. Ace Jack makes the call. And we're going to go to a flop. Dragos with the queens. Bink with the sevens. And first to act is Rupert Derler with Ace Jack. Rupert gets there. Rupert checks. Dragos. Well, I'm not really a massive fan of this leading out. Very hard to get weaker hands to call. But I guess the bet size 380 is sizable enough. It's about 35% of the pot. I'm going to find out where he's at. Well, he's getting the message. Bink would have turned to the up and down straight draw. Rupert points to the pre-flop aggressor, Dragos. Dragos will be checking this back, surely. Queen's not really performing well on this board given the action. Dragos is going to fire again. It's not going to work. Rupert Derler. Ace Jack, of course he's concerned about Ace Queen, Ace King. But there's no chance Rupert's going to give this up. Not yet anyhow. And now he's check calls turn 540. This is quite sizable. Biggest pot we've seen so far on this table. Now we go to the river. Jack, well, I mean, that's a dream card for Rupert. His kicker problems have evaporated. Dragos. Will think he needs to fire again to win. Get Rupert off. Ace 10, Ace 9 suited. These type of hands, but I think Dragos is going to raise the white flag now. Check back. No hand that he's beating will call a bet. Dragos taps the table. Big pot, 5.4 million total chip stack now for Rupert Derler after winning that 3 million pot. The Austrian takes down a very sizable pot, brings him up to third in chips, 45 big blinds. Claudio, 7 bigs, still alive, still battling. Tomovic, 20 bigs. Pretty deep here on this feature table. Swiss Poker Open average stack is 4 million. And great to see Stefan in the chat taking care of us. Certainly did miss you, my good friend. Now 3 high for Bink. Folds. Rupert will be folding to 7-3. So small blind and big blind here. 2 big stacks. Dragos and Fee. Dragos with the goods, ace queen, so Fee just gets out of the way. That name will be updated any second now. Eight-handed, no bust outs yet from our feature table. Still 15 players remain. 8 on our feature table, 7 on the outer table. This is Tomovic with 4-3 under the gun. He folds. And now the French player with the 9-8 in the bin. This is Claudio. He's not afraid to put chips in, believe me. 8 bigs all in. Bink folds the ace-8. That's the huge benefit of the all-in rip. Get a lot of hands better than you to fold. I think even this 5s, Rupert Derler, doesn't really have a difficult decision here. Pocket 5s. Still a ton of players still to act. I mean, he's flipping at best. 5s go in the bin. Ace-6 for Claudio. Already forced the ace-8 suited to fold. And I'm guessing these 5s will be folded also. Claudio, of course, just looking for fast folds here. He's not looking for any action with ace-6. If he does get action, he's not going to be happy. And he may get action from this hand. King-Queen suited on the button. 7.5 big blind shove. So call from Fee with the king queen suited. Dragos in the small blind should be just snap folding this 6-4, and now we go to the big blind, the Slovakian, with the jack 4 suited. So a6, Claudio will take this. Quite amazing, the king queen's ahead, 58%. But the king queen is suited. Claudio all in for his tournament life, but flipping for 2.2 million pot. Look at this for an action board. Ace, king, queen, 2 pair for Phil, and now the jack. There's opportunities here. 10 ball. We chop it. Doesn't happen. 2 pair for Fee. Knocks out Claudio, who goes out in 15th place. He will receive €5,000. So 7 on this feature table, 7 on the outer table. So now the average stack, 4.3 million. Fee is the chip leader on this table. Tomovic hosting big blind under the gun. The online French pro Dorian Melchers under the gun. This will be folded. And now action with Bink. King 10. He folds. This is Rupert Derler with the Queen 10. 5.4 million. Slavic raising in the small blind, but Tomovic with the King Jack. Up and down straight draw for Slavic. Tomovic has missed. 640 in the pot. Slavic continues 200k, 30% pot size bet. Just waiting for Tomovic. We're flatted in the big blind. The raise from the small blind. But small blind has big piece of this flop. Up and down, straight draw. Tomovic lets it go. Slavic takes down the pot, brings his stack up to about 3.6 million, I think. Tomovic, the short stack on the table. French player Dorian Melchers posting big blind. Under the gun will be Bink. So, seven-handed on our feature table. Empty seat belonged to Claudio Desculci. This is Bink under the gun, the 6-4 in the bin. And now Rupert Derler, ace queen. $275 raise, and it's folded right around to the Frenchman in the big blind position. About 24 bigs behind. Makes the call with the ace-9. King, 4, both miss. Dorian checks. 200k. Continuation from Rupert Derler. Dorian. Makes the call. Now, just watch how this proceeds. Dorian setting something up. Ace high can be good here sometimes, but I think Dorian will be favourite now. Rupert Derler will be checking this back, I expect. There's the check back, and now we go to the river. Rupert in the lead, but not anymore. Dorian actually gets there. Kind of wonder what would happen if that 9 didn't appear. Dorian a plan in mind to go for it on the river. You're going to see a super small value bet, I expect, from Dorian Melchers. About 350. 30% pot size bet. Well, 275, even smaller. Lovely sizing. Rupert announces call and he nods the head. He says, "You got me." Now he needs to pay him the 275. Nice pot for the Frenchman. Gets a bit of support from his rail. Tomovic, 16 big blinds, 2 million stack, and then we have everyone like pretty solid, like 27 bigs for Slavic. Chip leader, Ada Cardano. It's his nickname, by the way, just been told. So Ada Cardano, biggest stack on the table, Dragos. 6 million. Second in chips on this feature table, 7 players. You can see the field size 14. All guaranteed 5k. This is Dragos. So 16 big blinds for Tomovic on the button here with the ace-6. Tomovic cut off 6-3 in the bin. This is Dorian Melchers on the button, ace-3. Italian, based in France, makes it 240 on the button. Bing folds in the small blind, but Rupert Derler, pocket sixes, big blind position. So, re-raise announced. 3-bet to 600k for Rupert Derler. It's pretty difficult for Dorian Melchers to continue. That ace, key card, blocking so many of the premiums. I would not rule out a 4-bet. This guy Dorian is full of creativity. Ace-3 on the button. Rupert Derler. 3 bets. And look at this. This is incredible. 4 bet from Dorian Melchers. And it's like basically a min raise. Just 600k back to Rupert. He 3 betted 600k. I guess Dorian can 4 bet fold here if Rupert Derler shoves on him. This is just really quality play from Dorian. That actually brings him up to average stack, 38 big blinds. Tomovic sitting on 18 bigs. He's the shortest stack on this feature table. You're watching the Swiss Poker Open. 14 players left in the mix. We have 7 here in our feature table, 7 on the outer table. Dragos, 6 million stack. Well, the field size is down to 13. You can see the graphic top right. It is down clicked. 13 remain. 13 remain. Yeah, 4.6 million average stack. This is Dragos. A7 suited. Bink ace-9 on the button folds. This is Rupert Derler. Small blind position, jack-5. Now, under the gun, Slavic with king queen suited. Tomovic folds. This is the French player Dorian folding. This is Bink, who also folds. This is the Austrian with a suited ace, Rupert Derler on the button. Dragos in the big blind here with the nut low. Getting a massive price. That's why he's in the tank, but I don't think he's going to continue. Well, he actually is. 130, getting 6 to 1 plus on his money, so he puts in the additional 130, makes the call with the nut low, 3 deuce off. And now action.
So 3 players to the fold.
Dealer would peel the flop and 3 in the window. Goes into the lead. Incredible. The Dragos makes a pair. And he's going to donk lead this, and I think it's going to work. Because Slavic, with the 2 overcards, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight, has to fold because Rupert Derler still in the hand. Well, he's not. Incredible. He does float. Derler's going to make this fold, and we're going to go to a turn. Dragos favourite. There's a couple of kings already folded. But the queen will work. And Dragos, unfortunate, went with the super attractive odds pre-flop by calling with the 3-2 offsuit. Flopped a pair, went ahead, led out. But Slavic got sticky and now gets rewarded on the turn by making top pair. Dragos. Asking for an exact chip count. I think Slavic said he had 2 million, but he's closer to 3.
So about 2.9. Check. One check.
Check back from Slavic. 4 in the river. Snap call from Slavic.
25,000.
Scoops.
One call.
Very sizable pot. You can see the chip over the line. Making the call.
Pair of threes.
Dragos takes another hit. 2.7 million pot. Awarded to Slavic. And that big blind defend costing Dragos. I don't think he did too much wrong. Slavic got really sticky there on the flop. Connected with the queen on the turn. Takes down a pretty sizable pot. Brings him up. To about average stack, which is 4.6 million. 13 players left in the mix. And Tomovic under the gun. He is short. There's about 15 minutes left in this 60-120 level. This is Rupert Derler in the cutoff with the Jack 8.
6 pass. 7 raise 250.
And now Cardano with the Ace Jack makes it 250k on the button. Ace Jack. Small blind Dragos. You'd expect him just to fold this Queen 4 offsuit. And in the big blind, 4.7 million now Slavic with the Jack 3 offsuit. Cardano takes it down. Cardano, the chip leader on this feature table. 7 players on this table, 6 on the outer table. We just lost one player, that was Claudio. Let's see the field size, 13, 4.6 million average stack.
3 raise 240,000. 5 pass. 240. 6 pass. 7 pass. 240.
So the Frenchman Dorian under the gun with the King Jack, and it's folded around to the small blind. King 7 suited. I expect Slavic just to fold this. There's still a player still to act. We have Tomovic in the big blind. Well, I'm surprised at this. Tomovic now getting a super price with the 8-5 suited, so I'm going to see Tomovic call also. And we're going to go to a flop 3-way. First to speak will be Slavic, King 7 suited. Alex Tomovic with the 8-5 of clubs. And then we have the Frenchman Dorian Melchers with the King Jack offsuit. Club in the window, well, flush draw for Tomovic. Now this could be it for Tomovic. We may see a check raise from Tomovic. Dorian Melchers checks back. Three on the turn. Slavic checks. Now you're going to see Tomovic, I think, lead out here. He's got all the threes in his range. So I think he's going to fire. Gets called. He has the flush draws back up. You know, hit an 8 or 5 to get out of trouble. And here is the lead out from Tomovic, who defended in the big blind. It's 300k, and it's end of hand for Dorian. Can't call this. Slavic, King 7, call light in the small blind. But it worked out well for Tomovic, the Serbian. Now up to 2.7 million, which is 22 bigs. So plenty deep here on our feature table. This is the Swiss Poker Open. All these players guaranteed 5,500. 13 remain. 5.5k. Buy-in was 500 plus 50, so now they've 10x their initial stake. Now Bink under the gun, 3.1 million.
Six pass. Seven pass. Eight pass. One pass.
Alex Tomovich, pocket eights, small blind.
Call. Three pass. Chłopiec za.
King 7-3,
Two check.
eights in the lead. Bink has missed.
Five bet. 330.
So Tomovich
330.
will be continuing for sure on this street. $330 continuation bet from Bink. Bink has absolutely none of this. Tomovich, pocket eights, not the worst flop for eights. King 7-3, one overcard.
Two go.
So check call from Tomovich. Three in the turn.
Two check.
Tomovich checks, check back incoming from Bink. Just can't fire really here again.
Five check.
Six on the river. Tomovich gets the check mark. This is a huge pot for him.
Two bet.
This will bring him up to 30 bigs.
430,000.
Unless Bink can pull some kind of extraordinary move here, but it's highly unlikely. Pink thinking is ace high could be ahead, but even some of Tomovic's bluffs are ahead. Pocket deuces, ace ten of clubs. Tomovic up to 3.6, 30 bigs. But we are coming towards the end of this 6120k level. Just about 5 minutes left in this level, and then we're going to move to a different new increased 80k, 160k blind level. So, player being moved, which tells me we are down to 12. Table being balanced, and it looks like big. The next big blind, he's been moved. So 6 on this feature table, 6 on the outer table. 5 million is the average stack. Getting so close to that
Raise 250,000.
final table where all the big money is paid. This is Slavic with the king 8 suited in the cutoff. He loves these suited kings. Tomovic on the button with an ace, ace 9.
Two pass. Three pass.
Tomovic folds the ace 9. Dorian folds, and just Durler in the big blind position with a suited queen. Queen 3 suited. 130,000 to call, but Durler not interested in defending. So Slavic takes down the pot with the king 8 of diamonds. No action.
Take the button. So big blind, please. Still one.
6 players on our feature table. Dragos under the gun, sitting on exactly average stack. Started this feature table as a massive chip leader. He'd 7.6 million. Under the gun here with ace 6 offsuit. This is a little bit loose.
Mid raise. 275,000. One pass. Two mark, three pass. House. And service camp. Seven call. 275.
So defending the big blind from Cardano. We're going to go and see a flop. Cardano misses, as does Dragos, but Dragos you expect to be favourite here. So Queen 8-5 board. Dragos about to fire. Cardano is checked to him.
8 bet. 2, 300,000.
Check fold as expected from Cardano. Dragos takes down the pot. Twelve players here at the final day, final two tables at this Swiss Poker Open. And Charles asking about the tickets. This potentially could be the third ticket won.
New blind guys. 80, 160, 160.
By a Dragos. Dragos. Excuse my pronunciation. Dragos.
One pass, two pass. Free raise. 320.
So big slick for the Frenchman. Makes it 320. Blinds are up. They're 80k, 160.
Six pass.
Cardano with the 10-8 suited. Small blind position. Looks interested. Well, looks like a 3-bet incoming.
7 raise. 725. 725.
Dragos with the 9-8 suited. This should be just instantly folded given the action. Cut off, open, and then a 3-bet from the small blind. Dragos in the tank with 9-8, and he's counting chips. It's not reasonable to expect him to continue here. Dorian, Ace King, big slick, opened, min raise, gets 3-bet from the chip leader, Cardano. I think we're going to see Dorian pull the trigger here. 4-bet all in with the Ace King. All in announced, and now we're going to see a snap fold from Cardano. He realizes he's just made a mistake. Not getting to see a flop here with the 10-8 suited. And Dorian will be sitting on 5.1 million. He'll be second in chips on this feature table.
7 pass.
12 players remain. Average is actually 5 million flat. And some real decent work by this man. Dorian Melchers started with 3.5 million on the feature table. Had a really bad start. Was down to about 2.4 million at one stage. Now sitting on just over 5 million. Change a dealer. Blinds 80,000, 160,000. This blind level will be updated. 60, 120 is now 80, 160. Not as many bigs on the table. Tomovic folds. Dorian folds. Now we have Rupert Durler, 10 deuce, sitting on about 4 million, I think. Durler. He folds. Cardano folds now. Dragos. Dragos with the Queen 7 in the small blind. In the big blind is Slavic. 12 remain. Well, a Dragos. He's going to get some bad news here. Slavic with the pocket nines in the big blind position. He's going to cut out a 3-bet for sure. It's quite sizable, 850k. So this is in the hand for a Dragos. So Dorian under the gun with the King 10, sitting on 5 million, which is pretty much spot on average. Blinds are 80,000, 160. So 31.5 big blinds is the average. So Tomovic will be defending here. He's suited, one gap connected, 10-8 of hearts. Puts in the additional 160. We're going to get to see a flop here. And Tomovic doesn't want to see a king 10 high flop, that's for sure. Both players flop a draw, up and down, straight draw for Dorian. Good shot with the backdoor hearts for Tomovic. I think more money's going to go in here. $160 continuation bet. Tomovic for sure going to continue. May even check raise. But check call. It's all pretty reasonable stuff here. But the pot size now has developed. 1.2 million in the pot. Tomovic. With a good shot, but that would give Dorian the bigger straight. Dorian with the open ender. And he's going to go again now. And that's the end of hand, Tomovic. With just 10 high. Going to let this one go. Dorian up to 5.9 million. I believe now he's chip leader on this table. All the chips on the other table. Average is 5.5 million. And we have a lot of big stacks on the outer table. This is Rupert Derler from Austria. Rupert 3.3 million. He folds and Cardano folds. This is Dragos, the Romanian. What a run this guy is on. Incredible performance over the last few weeks. Last week's German Poker Days winner for 60k. Week before, fourth, I believe, in the European Poker Days for 20k. And now here, just 12 players left in the mix. Dragos still battling to get a place on that final table where all the big money is dished out. This is Dorian, the real standout player for me on this feature table. Seat 1, Slavic on the button, raises with the Queen 8. defend from Dorian with the 10 deuce. Both miss this, but Slavic, you'd expect him to continue on this king high board. But he checked, he didn't realise that he had the button. He thought he was first to act, and he checked. It's an interesting scenario because Slavic thought he was first to speak there, it looked like. Now Dorian, this guy is just oozing of ambition, very focused, completely aware, and he's going to steal another one. He's winning all the pots he should win, and he's winning quite a few that he really just has no right to win. This should have been Slavic's pot. Slavic though can get quite sticky, but I think he just has to let this one go. He could be drawing dead. Not out of the question for Dorian to have a 6 in his range, depending on the big blind. And another pot for Dorian. Melchus brings his stack up to 6.3. So, button moves. Tomovic. The short stack on the table along with Derler. That's Derler. About 20 bigs. Well, less actually. Now, hijack position. It's Dragos. It's a Slavic in the cutoff with a suited ace queen. He makes it 375. And Rupert Derler with a pair. 3 million behind. About 18 bigs behind in a stack. Pocket pair. Asking for clarity on the raise size, 375. Looks over at his opponent. Pocket fives for Rupert Derler. Last time he woke up with a pair in the big blind, he 3-bet, but folded to the 4-bet from the Frenchman. On this occasion, he just flat calls with the fives. So, pocket pair versus the 2 overs. Both have missed, but you can see the equity still very close. Slavic with the straight draw. So 10 for the straight, any ace or queen. Rupert Derler will just give up here if Slavic can make a continuation bet, which he does. And Rupert Derler will be check folding here. Pocket fives on an 8-jack-9 board. Fives go into the bin. And that leaves him with just 2.8 million behind. With 17 bigs. Dragos in your screen there, yellow top. On some run, he really is. Now Slavic deuces. Quickly folded Tamovic. 2.8 million. 17 big blinds. Dorian on the button with a suited 10-5, 6.2 million stack. But Rupert Derler in the small blind surely will be 3-betting. This is a 3-bet all in for me. 17 bigs. $720K out there. Okay, this is remarkable, really. Rupert Derler. I mean, I don't mind this with a big stack. But now he's pricing in the big blind. And Ace King, you just don't want to be playing three-way out of position. You miss this flop, you got to check fold. Well, I think you got it. And Cardano, of course he comes in with the Queen Jack suited. I'm just perplexed why Derler didn't take this opportunity to take down the pot. And just like that, it goes behind. Rupert Derler, Ace King of Hearts. Would have expected him to 3-bet rip all in pre-flop, take it down. Cardano has hit, and he's going to bet it out. $10-5 for Dorian. 375, and there's no chance that Dorian can continue here. It's just too awkward a position. Now what does Derler do with the Ace King suited? Well, he has the backdoor hearts, backdoor straight, backdoor royal flush, in fact. 2 overcards, so he's going to check call. Now what do we want? Jack of hearts for maximum action. Well, it is a heart. Derler, well, he's committed. He just has a pot size bet behind. He's the 2 overs, no flush draw. He's not going anywhere. I think I just put it in here if I'm him. Try and get my opponent off. Weak pairs. Derler checks. Cardano gives him a free card. Ace, King or Heart for Derler. Gets there in the river. Well, this is one way to play Ace King. And now he checks. What is going on? Derler. Well, he's going to induce what I believe is a value bet from Cardano. Cardano thinks he's in the lead. He's a blocker to the straight. Not really concerned about getting check raised. Bets 320, thinking he's up against Ace 9. 9-10 suited. That's what Cardano thinks he's up against. I just find this unusual. And just a check call from Rupert Derler. No, he's raised. He's actually check raised. And he's going to get called. Absolutely remarkable how he's played that ace king. It's completely disguised it. Absolutely. You'd never put him on ace king there. And he's got close to the maximum. Rupert Derler, 4.7 million. So Slavic with the pocket fours. This is Dorian in the cutoff with the king 10 suited. Slavic makes it 350 with pocket fours. We're down to 11 players, I'm told. Average stack is about 5.5 million. So 3-bet for Dorian here with the king 10 suited. And now a Derler on the button with the ace 6 quickly folds. Sixes go in the bin. And now Dragos will be folding the queen 7 suited. Well, he should be snap folding, let's be honest. Under the gun open and then a 3-bet to 975. Queen 7 does get folded and action back with Slavic. Slavic with the small pair. And Dorian once again takes down a pot. King 10 suited, 3 bets, 6.6 million. Beginning to establish authority on this feature table. 11 players left. This is the Swiss Poker Open. It's the final day. We are coming close to that final table. All of these players guaranteed €6,156. Of course, there's 112,000 or close to it for the winner, 101,500 in cash. Then that 10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. This is Tomovic under the gun, the Jack 10 suited. You can see the top right there showing the field size, average stack, and the blind level we're currently in. About halfway through this 80,000, 160,000 blind level. It's a 1 hour clock here on the final day of this Swiss Poker Open. This is Tomovic under the gun, the Jack 10 suited. So Tomovic, Jack 10 of spades, he makes it 350k. This is Dorian, who has just come right to the top of the food chain. Folds the ace-6 on this occasion. It's Derler, 4.7 million. 8-3 offsuit. Dragos folds. This is Slavic in the big blind with the queen 5 off. And Tomovic takes down the pot, brings his stack up to 20 bigs. Just to let you know what's happening in the resort over the next couple of weeks, we have the Benelux Festival, Benelux Classics. Belgium, Holland, Luxembourg. Of course, these are open events, so we have players from every nationality. Well, I say every nationality. You could have something like 20 to 25 different nationalities participating in these main events. They really do attract huge numbers. The Benelux is a smaller buy-in. It's a 200 plus 30, but still with a 300k guarantee. And that kicks off later this week. Now, Cardano versus Dragos. These are the two players that had all the chips earlier, but there's been a shift in power on this feature table. It's Dorian Melchers who has come to the top. But these two guys, believe me, super tough customers. Dragos here with the ace-10 versus a cut-off open. Just puts in the 375 and action has moved around to Tomovic, who looks interested. Well, he's getting a big price. Alex Tomovic from Serbia. Slavic has folded the Jack 6. This is Tomovic with the 6-4 suited. So we're going to go three-way. King 7-9. I mean, nobody has any of this whatsoever. Tomovic has missed, and Cardano with 4 high checks his option. Dragos can just end this now. Any type of aggression towards this pot will see both Tomovic and Cardano fold. But Dragos doesn't like it. He checks back. Queen on the turn. Still, there is no player with a pair. Good shot for Dragos. And now Cardano is going to fire with 4 high. Difficult spot here for Dragos. Does have the good shot, but it's very difficult to continue given that he's not closing the action. Tomovic still involved. Does have a blocker to the straight in his hand. Dragos missing the opportunity there. Cardano, you can see, stacking up, gets his chip stack back up to average, which is about 5.5 million. So 11 players. There you see in your screen there, that's Rupert Derler from Austria. Another 20 minutes left in this level. 5.5 million average stack, blinds 80,000, 160,000. So Slavic, suited king, raises up, takes it down, gets his stack up to about 4.5 million. Well, closer to 5 in fact. Button moves to Tomovic. Dorian posting small blind, and it's going to be Rupert Derler. Six-handed here on our feature table. 5-handed on the outer table, 11 players left here at the Swiss Poker Open. Now, Cardano, pocket queens, makes it 375. Rupert Derler in the big blind, 8-5 suited, versus an under the gun open from Cardano. So 1,219 entries, 11 players remain, just 1% of the starting field. All of these 11 players guaranteed €6,156. But of course, the pay jumps really start to ramp up when we reach that final table. Top four guaranteed a minimum of 42.5k, with first place close to 112,000. This is a Dragos with the 9-8 suited under the gun, 4 million, average 5.5.
One pass. Two pass. Let's go.
So Dorian on the button here,
500.
Queen 6 suited, looks to get involved. Now this for sure is a 3-betting spot. Well, actually, this is interesting because I'm just after noticing Dragos just limped with the 9-8 suited. Dorian makes it 500k with the Queen 6 on the button. Rupert Derler, Ace King, small blind. Surely he pulls the trigger. He's looking at Dragos, quite suspicious.
6 go. 500. 7 pass.
I'm just not understanding what happened here. Did Derler fold? Surely not, no. He just flat calls. Okay. Ace King. 1.8 million in the pot. Dragos, who limped under the gun with just a 2x pot size bet behind. And it comes ace high. Well, it's worked out pretty sweetly for Rupert Derler once again. Completely under-repping his hand strength. Now, Dragos has made a pair.
6 check.
Derler checks.
Check.
So Dorian, I think, will check this back. This call from Rupert Derler is just super strong. But Dorian is going to try and take this down. Not going to happen though.
175,000. 475. 6 raise. 1.1 million.
Rupert Derler announcing raise. And now Dragos is just going to fold this second pair. No backdoors. massive pot for Rupert Derler.
Small blind, big blind, please.
And he now comes to the top, 6.3 million. Cardano, average stack. Well, I mean, everyone below average, apart from Cardano and Erler. Tomovic, 16 bigs.
Big blind. Sorry.
Dragos,
Big blind.
21 bigs, and then 30 bigs for Slavic. Dorian took a big hit there, but he's still okay, close to average stack, which is around 34 big blinds.
One pass. Two pass. Three pass. Six pass. Seven race. 375,000. 375.
So this is Cardano in the small blind. And
Eight pass.
for me, this guy Cardano, along with probably Dorian, showing the most intent. But it is a pretty tough table. We've got the on-form player you see in the right-hand side of your screen there,
Small.
Dragos. Then you also got the Slavic. You got this super experienced Alexander, who you see here on the screen, Tomovic. And then you have the chip leader on this table, Rupert Derler. Now, Dorian and the hijack.
320,000.
A7 suited. Rupert Derler in the cutoff with the Jack 4.
Six pass.
Now, pair for Cardano on the button.
Seven.
Tried a 3-bet before against Dorian. It didn't go down too well. He got a shove back in his face. Small blind. Dragos, I think he just needs to let go of this Queen 8 offsuit, out of position. But not Dragos. Looking to get involved with the Queen 8 off. Open in the hijack position from Dorian. Flatten the button from Cardano. I'm not really clear what's going on here. It's Dragos time. Queen 8.
Tournament time.
Someone's called clock. Not sure who that is. Could have been Tomovic. I think it's fair enough. It's quite a long time here. Which you would think is just a straightforward fold. But you don't know with Dragos. He is a real box of tricks, this guy. Everything is possible. But I'm leaning towards a fold here. Even though it's taking 2 or 3 minutes.
Pass.
Now, Slavic loves these suited kings. He's going to be calling for sure.
1 call.
And we're going to go 3-way to a flop. Slavic does call King 8 of clubs. Dorian with the Ace 7 of diamonds. And we have Cardano with the pocket pair in position.
3 play for the flop.
Top for Dorian.
1 check.
Slavic with none of this does have the backdoor clubs. Cardano with pocket threes, but Dorian I think will be firing here. Protect his pair.
3 bet. 400,000.
$400,000 continuation from Dorian. This is the problem with these small pairs. You don't know where you are. Just post flop, they do not play well whatsoever. And Cardano just has to fold this. But no, Cardano getting stubborn, puts in the 400,000. Now Slavic surely gets out of the way. King 8 of clubs.
1 call.
You really? Okay. Backdoor clubs, backdoor straight. His king could be good. His 8 could be good. In fact, both are good. And boom, just like that. Hello, king ball.
1 check.
The only problem I have with that call is you could be up against a superior king and it's just going to cost you a ton of money, if not your tournament life. But Slavic, so stubborn.
3 check.
Calls now. Cardano might come out firing here. Check to him.
Check.
Cardano checks back. Jack on the river. Jack of spades. What does Slavic do now? Well, he just wants to get the showdown. Checks. Dorian with third pair. Can't do anything. He's going to check here. Not out of the question for his opponents to be on a flush draw on that 2-spade flop. 3's no good. Slavic will get a few looks here for sticking about on the flop. Decent pot. 6.4 million. Slavic Now joint chip leader on the table. And Dorian down to 4.4 million. Cardano 5.1 million. Tomovic still the short stack on the table, but that will not bother him. He is a short stack ninja. Tomovic, 16 bigs. He's super comfortable with that, believe me. Dragos sub 20 bigs. And we're coming towards the end of this blind level. Just a couple of minutes left before this 80,000, 160,000 expires, and then next level will be 100k, 200k.
3 plus.
And I do believe we will have a break at the end of this level, which is in just a few hands. This is Rupert Derler, joint chippy on the table, 6.3 million. Rupert Derler, ace queen suited, 360k. And Tomovic with the 9-10 suited defending in the big blind position. So we're going to go to a flop. Tomovic first to act. Now, problem here for Tomovic. He's made a pair. But Rupert Derler, top pair, top kicker, going to continue. And Tomovic has to call this. He's made a pair, 2-pair draw, trip draw. He's going to have to call this 300k. Now, dealer burns and turns. It's problems really for Tomovic. Now he's picked up a straight draw to go along with his pair. But Rupert Derler with top pair, top kicker, fires once more. This is tough for Tomovic. Huge proportion of his stack now. 500k, just as 1.8 million behind. Close to 30% of his stack. Pair and a draw. This is tough. Alex Tomovic. Well, he's 25% equity. And he's getting exactly 4-1 on his money. Two pair, trip draw. 2-pair and trip draw and a straight draw. Confirms the price, 500k. It's a real tough spot. This is horrible. These are the situations I always find myself in. Get a piece of it, getting the right price to continue. But I know I'm up against it. I mean, Rupert Derler, he pretty much can play, like, he's playing this hand face up pretty much. He's super tight, Rupert. He's very straightforward, plays ABC. So Tomovic, well aware what type of player Derler is. And Tomovic pretty much reads the situation for what it is. Makes the fold. That was not easy. This is Rupert Derler, and we are going on a quick break. Back in about 12 minutes. Do join us then. Welcome back to the Swiss Poker Open final day. In fact, we're quite close to the final table. We have 11 players remaining. Average stack is about 5.5 million. Tomovic with just 9 bigs. Blind level now is 100k, 200k. And Rupert Derler, the big stack, 7.1 million, which is 35.5 big blinds. Slavic, 6.3 million. Then we have Cardano, 25.5 bigs. Dorian, 22 bigs. And then Dragos with 15 bigs. Rupert Derler under the gun, King 8. This will be folded for sure.
Dreaming, yeah, from S's. Dreaming from S's.
Cardano with the 10s in the hijack position. Fold it right around to Tomovic. Queen 6 suited. Folds and the big blind, which is Dorian Melchus. He folds the 4-2 offsuit. Cardano scoops the pot. Cardano sitting on about average stack. 5.6 million average, 5.5, 11 players remain. So all these 11 remaining players guaranteed 6,156. Cardano folds under the gun. This is Dragos with the 4-3 offsuit. Blinds 100k, 200k, just 15.5 big blinds for Dragos, who was the tournament leader 3 or 4 levels back. This is Slavic in the cutoff with the Queen 9. He opens, makes it 400k. Snap fold from the small blind, and Rupert the Derler with a suited king in the big blind surely will defend. Really needs to be defending these type of hands. Otherwise you're going to get exploited. Rupert Derler makes the decision, put in the additional 200k, King 7 suited. I'm going to go to a flop, King 7 of clubs versus Queen 9. The Queen 9 gets there, top pair. Rupert points to him as if to say, listen, I never, ever lead out. So, King 7 of clubs, check, bet, fold. Slavic up to the 7 million mark. Rupert Derler, 6.5 million. Lines 100k, 200k, 1 hour clock here. Dragos under the gun, 10-3. Folds. Hold it around to the button. Dorian on the button with the suited connectors. He has Durler in the small blind, Cardano in the big blind. Now, Durler, ace queen, small blind. Versus a button raise. 3-bet for sure, you would expect, but you just don't know with Rupert. Well, Durler fires back, takes it down, brings him to the top of the chip. Count right hand side. That is Tomovic. Now getting serious. He is an expert short stack player, but he's going to have to produce something soon. Blinds 100k, 200k. Tomovic with just 1.7 million behind 8.5 bigs. It's going to have to generate something pretty soon. This is the chip leader. Top of the chip count chart. Rupert Durler on the button here with the ace-9. Cardano. $5.1 million. Looks like a 3-bet from Cardano. Now Dragos. What's he thinking? Well, it's not a 3-bet. It's just a flat call from Cardano with the king queen. And a feature of Dragos's game, he really does like the pot odds. Very sticky in his big blind, extremely. Perhaps calls a little too wide. Jack 5 off. Top pair for Cardano. He leads out, bets 350. Rupert Durler, none of this. Ace-9, that will go into the dustbin. Now under the gun is a Tomovic. I mean, I would expect him to make a move here. He's got to pressure mounting. With just 8.5 big blinds, he's posting big blind next hand. But decides Jack 8 off, not strong enough. Rupert Durler cut off Jack 3, this will be folded. Cardano. Button race. So the connectors, Dragos. Well, I think Dragos pulls the trigger here. Cardano is, I mean, he's super active. Sevens here, ahead most of the time. They don't play so well post-flop, so an all-in is quite reasonable. Slavic with the deuces, he can just let this go. He's going to ask for a count, but 2.5 million, way too much money to put in with deuces, and it's not out of the question that Cardano, who's sitting on a 6 million stack, could be sitting there with an absolute monster. So these deuces will be folded. So stubborn, Slavic, but has to let these go. Now you can see the TD just behind there with a rack. That tells me there's a bust out on the other table. We're down to 10. So one of these players will be moved to the outer table. In your screen, Dragos, and this is Rupert Derler, playing around 6.3, I think. Dorian. Well, Dorian's actually the big blind, because what's after happening is Tomovic is being moved. He was the next big blind. He's been moved to the outer table. So we're just 5-handed here on the feature table, 5 on the outer table. So 10 remain. All 10 players guaranteed the 6,156. There's about a 1,400 pay jump between 10th and 9th, even on the final table. Guaranteed 7.5k. But of course, all the big payouts in them top 4 spots, they all include that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. This is Cardano under the gun with the King 3. You can see average stack 6 million, which is 30 bigs. Slavic on the button, ace jack opens. That is extraordinary that this guy has made another final table, because that's what's after happening. Dealers after announcing that we are down to 9, so the tournament will be paused. We're going to do a table draw, chip count. We're going to be back in about 20 minutes for the final table of the Swiss Poker Open. Do join us then.
Everybody needs to put the chips in the tray. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. You need to come back to put your chips. smartwatch, mobile phones, you like that. Put it over there. Just hang up and use it whenever you want. Okay?
Your line is here. Good?
All good.
All good? Yes, I know, but the 4 and 5 needs to be like.
Hello guys. Good luck.
What's going on? Tickets, guys?
Welcome back to the final table, final 9 players. And we have a superb lineup of players. You can see the chip count chart. Rolf Jacob with a massive stack, 12 million. And then down the bottom, it's Dragos Isuf. What a run this guy is on. Really outstanding. TD. Just letting the players know the situation here. All these guys guaranteed 7.5k, but massive money up top.
Put the cards all the time on
So we are off. 6.7 million average stack. This is the short stack.
green line. It's not for fun. Just you need to put the card on the top like there. Not chips. Free pass. See, like everybody has
The green line in front of you.
Four pass. 5 pass.
Zdenko Slavic, Queen 5 in the bin. And now we have Cardano, who folds Vincent,
9 pass.
the Frenchman, and the cut-off. Rupert Derler, playing about average stack ace jack, but he's got a really tough opponent here. Marco Massaroto in the big blind position.
One raise 475.
So blind v blind raise announced by Rupert.
One raise 475.
Makes it 475. Blinds are still 100k, 200k.
2 pass.
Just started this blind level about 10 or 15 minutes before we broke for the final table. So the level will continue 100k, 200k. So short stack directly opposite the dealer is Dragos Osov. This is Dragos. Under the gun with the 5-4 suited, it has to go into the bin. And now action with Rolf Jacob, the chip leader. You see him in the black hoodie here.
5 raise, 400,000.
Great situation for Rolf. 12 million stack. Average is about 7 million, less. 6.7 million in fact. And he makes it 400k, and Vincent with the 9-8 suited calls. But look at this. Rupert with the ace-king on the button. Now, we've seen Rupert play these premiums super passive in the past. You would think this would be an obvious 3-betting spot. Rupert in the tank here, making a decision.
1 raise, 1,200,000.
Well, 3-bet it will be.
1.7.
3x with the ace-king. And look at this, Dorian, big blind. Also with ace-king. Now, this isn't that straightforward. Dorian will know what Rupert Derler is like, and ace-king is pretty close to bottom of his 3-betting range. So this is an interesting spot. It wouldn't be out of the question for Dorian to fold ace-king, and there you have it. I mean, that is just so untypical to fold ace-king pre-flop, but in this particular situation, I have no problem with that.
1, 2.
So Vincent makes the call with 9-8 suited, and he flops an up and down straight draw. Vincent checks. Vincent started this table second in chips on 9.4 million. Check back from Rupert Derler. Now, a pair and an up and down straight draw. Big card for Vincent.
1, call.
Rupert not going anywhere just yet. We did see an ace-king folded pre, so less opportunities for Rupert Derler, who just checks back the river. And Vincent with the 9-8 scoops a very sizable pot, 5.3 million. And it leaves Rupert Derler on 4.7. Vincent up to 13 million, which is good for the overall chip lead. I'm just catching up with a few comments there. A few of the viewers going crazy because Dorian folded the ace-king pre. But if you were following the stream, it really was quite reasonable, to be honest, folding that ace-king. I mean, I just don't fold ace-king pre-flop. I always put it in, but that's me. Dorian, however,
6, pass.
really
Pass.
clever, smart tournament player, extracting, using all the info, and that ace-king 3-bet from this gentleman here was pretty close to bottom of his range. We've seen him flat with ace-king on 3 previous occasions. And now Rupert looks down in the cutoff of pocket nines. Rupert Derler
1 raise all in.
moves all in with the nines. Marco folds and Dorian folds. Just the player on the big blind, which is Dragos Iosov, the Romanian, 3 million behind, 15 bigs, 8-7. It's not going to be called here. No chance of it being called. This is the only kind of problem I have with Dragos. It does tend to burn up a little bit of the clock. Situations like this is a clear fold, but there's just like 20 or 30 seconds there that really isn't necessary. Having said that, doesn't really do it too often. He's overall usually making a genuine decision. He's very deliberate, takes his time, doesn't be harried. But this guy here, Derler, takes down the pot, and you can see the situation. 3 million is 15 bigs for Dragos, who's the shorty. Dorian is also down there, 15 bigs. Then we have a bit of a gap up to Rupert. Bink is on 5.6 million. Cardano 5.7, and then Zenko Slavic 35 big, 7 million. Marco Masarotto 36 big blinds, and Rolf Jacob and Vincent top of the leaderboard. Now, Slavic under the gun with the ace queen. Zenko Slavic, he's been pretty impressive for me, from Slovakia. Very strong, super strong player. Rupert will be folding the queen 10 and now action with Marco, who looks down at king 5, just the button. Okay, the exact same hand for Dorian. Ace queen, and you can just see the suits are the same, spade and heart. 3-bet all in for Dorian. Small blind is Dragos. Now this should be just snap folded. 7 high. I don't get why he just doesn't fold this. Why he actually counts his chips. Looks around, takes his time. But does fold, and now Rolf Jacob in the big blind will be folding. But Slavic won't be folding. Having said that, it's a pretty sizable chunk of a stack. Slavic makes the call. I like this guy, Slavic. He just won't be bullied. Very hard to exploit him. So we're going to see a chop pot here, unless something crazy. Spade or heart flush. Well, all clubs, as it turns out, so that is confirmation that this pot will be chopped. Slavic and Dorian will split the pot. Sent to your screen is Rolf Jacob, sitting on about 11.5 million. Average is about 67, 6.7 million. 9-handed here at the Swiss Poker Open final table. Now, Bink, Ace Queen. Rupert will be folding the Jack 9 suited. Marco folds the Ace 4. Dorian with 10-8 of clubs. Now, big moment. Dragos. Isov on the button with the Ace King. Mandatory all in 3-bet here from Dragos, and he's in great shape. Bink asking for a count. I think Bink will be calling this one. There's the call on the backs. Great shape. The Dragos. The Romanian with the big slick. Gets his opponent in, completely dominated. Bink with the Ace Queen. This is a big moment. Now there's opportunities. An 8-ball would chop it up. But a queen, of course, would win it for Bink. But Ace King, a mile in front. 7, 8 for a chop. Queen for the win. Otherwise, Dragos will double, and he does double. And this is not the kind of guy you want with chips. Bink. Doubling up. Super dangerous player. Dealer does the count, and that brings Dragos up to close to average stack. Big moment in the tournament. Bink short, sitting now on about 12 bigs, I think. We'll see now in a sec. Well, 28, it's about closer to 14 big blinds for Bink. Still 100k, 200k. And Dragos right back in it. It's your chip leader. Center screen, that's Vincent. Seat 8, 6-5 in the bin, and now the short stack. Bink, 14 bigs. He folds the Jack 3. Action around to Rupert Durler with the Ace-5 suited. Rupert sitting on 25 big blinds. Dorian. Tens in the hijack. 17 big blinds. Dragos. 9-4 offsuit. Folds and snap fold from Rolf. Jacob. We have Slavic in the small blind. He should be just getting rid of this Queen 3. And now in the big blind, Ace Queen. We're going to see a big clash here. Cardano versus Dorian. These guys have history, believe me. They sparred and clashed on the previous table. Cardano, Ace Queen. I think he's going to 3-bet. And he moves all in, and Dorian won't be calling, or won't be folding, should I say. Snap call from Dorian. Here we have a tens versus Ace Queen. Pretty much a classic flip. Dorian in the lead. Cardano needs to hit. How's your luck? That's the question. These are the kind of hands you need to win. If you're going to win a tournament, you've got to win your flips. Tens, good on this flop. 2 spades, Dorian with a spade in his hand. Now, he doesn't want to hit a set. And Cardano doesn't want to hit his queen, but he hits the ace. Oh boy, that is sick. On the river. Elimination for Dorian Melchers. Ace Queen versus tens, all in pre. Ace on the river. Pretty sick. Well, a 10 would have done it for him also, but there was just 2 tens in the deck. And a couple of aces. Hit the ace. Queen was no good. Would have given Dorian a straight. Ada Cardano. Now a force to be reckoned with on this feature table, final table in fact, of the Swiss Poker Open. He's posting small blind, chip leader. Vincent posting big blind. The short stack is Bink who folds, and now we have Rupert Durler with the queens. So 250 is the amount Vincent needs to put in if he wants to see a flop. He's already invested 200k in the big blind position. puts in the additional money. 696. Rupert takes it down. TD will remove the seat. That did belong to Dorian. Players move around, get comfortable. You can see the chip count there. Short stack is pink, 13. Well, it's actually closer to 14 big blinds. And the chip leader, Vincent, Rolf up there, Cardano, 45 bigs. Then we have Marco Massaroto. Haven't seen much of Marco on this new final table, but believe me, he is full of aggression. And you will see activity coming from his seat shortly. That is a fact. Slavic, very impressed. Just so stubborn. So sticky. Zenko Slavic sitting there 6.8. And then what can you say about Dragus? He's just unreal. He really is. Absolute quality tournament player. Can navigate his way through these huge fields. It's remarkable. This is Rupert Derler. Now, speak of the man and he will appear, Marco Massaroto. 7.4 million stack, averages 7.6. Makes it 400k to go. Dragus. Folds the Queen 9 and now Rolf Jacob with the suit of connectors. Rolf playing 10.8 million. These were on the outer table for quite some time, so clearly a lot of info, a lot of information on each other. Now, problem here for Vincent. He's after coming in so light here, but he didn't realise there was a 3-bet. And the 3-bet sizing is very small. Vincent just getting caught out there, King 9. Suited, puts in the money. And now Marco, this is very strong play. Marco Massaroto. Well, he recognises that Vincent made a mistake. He's going to exploit that big time. He knows Vincent can't call. His only concern here is Rolf. And Rolf, with 8 high, will be sending his hand towards the dustbin. Good move here from the Italian Marco Massaroto. Well, I mean, he's not looking for action. He just wants to take this down, and that he will. He'll add about 2.5 million to his stack. Vincent getting caught out there. Marco Massaroto, the Italian now, 9.8. Close to the top of that chip count chart. He's joint second, in fact, with Vincent. Rupert Derler posting big blind ante, which is still equivalent to 200k. There's about, I'm guessing, about 15 to 20 minutes left in this 100, 200 blind level, and then we move to the 125, 250. Now, Marco Massaroto, he's going to open again, I expect. Very active, very strong player, this guy. Now, 5-4 off in the dustbin. Rolf doesn't want to know about it. Slavic folds. Cardano folds the A7. Vincent gets out of the way. Bink in the small blind is short, but he's not going to get involved. And Rupert Derler with King 6 offsuit in the big blind position. Hands his cards over to the dealer. Marco Massaroto scoops the pot. Final 8 players. All these 8 players guaranteed €9,408. Of course, many times greater than that. Up in the podium spots. Top 4 received the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Now, pocket pair for the Dragos under the gun. Makes it 400k to go. Fold it right around to Vincent, who lets that one go, and Bing has to fold in the button, the ace-3. Rupert will be folding in the small blind position. Marco Massaroto. Let's go to 10-6. Dragos takes down the pot. And new hand, button moves. Still the 100k, 200k, about 15 minutes left in this blind level. Dragos, Aesop folds, and Rolf folds. Slavic gets out of the way. Cardano folds. Vincent now folds. This is Bink. Well, Dragos Aesop was actually in the big blind with the 10s. And takes it down, gets a stack up close to 7 million, which is pretty close to the average stack. Blind still 100k, 200k. Dragos Isov from Romania hosting small blind. Big blind will be Rolf Jacob, and under the gun is Slavic. You can see the chip count chart. Up top, Rolf Jacob. Well, he's not up top, he's actually 10.7 million. So he's kind of joined first with Vincent. And then we have Marco Masarotto. Big slick for Slavic. 450 to go. Vincent with the 8-7 suited. Loves these types of hands. Put in the 450. Bink not interested with the ace-4 suited. He folds. Now action with Rupert, who will be folding the jack-8. Three deuce on the button is folded. Dragos Isov. 10-7 in the small blind. Well, this is loose. Dragos, a real value hunter. Looks at the pot, 1.4 million. 350 to call. He's going to put it in with the 10-7. The only problem I have with this is he's not closing the action. The player in the big blind who hasn't covered could wake up with a big hand, but it turns out that Rolf Jacob has pretty much trash, folds, doesn't continue. So Dragos out of position here. The 10-7 misses. Vincent has a piece of this, but Zenko Slavic has connected. Aces does have that king of diamonds for the back door. Nut flush. Dragos checks with 10 high. Slavic top pair, maximum kicker. You bet 675. I would have thought Vincent may continue there, but too awkward a spot, given that the Dragos was still in the hand. Look at Bink. 11 bigs coming towards the end of this blind level, 100k, 200k. Rolf Jacob, of course, has 10.6 million, not 106 million. So Bink is the short stack. 11.5 big blinds. Rupert Derler, 26 bigs. Still loads of depth to this final table. Well, I mean, Rolf Jacob, he doesn't have 500 bigs. It's 53 bigs he has. He's joined top with Vincent, and Marco Massaroto is up there as well. But this is Cardano folds. Action now. Moved around to the short stack. Benku folds. Seat 1, Rupert Derler from Austria. 10 deuce in the hijack. Folds. This is Marco. Cut off 5-4 offsuit. Not good enough. But this will be good enough for the Dragos to continue. Ace 8, he'll open on the button here for sure. Zenko Slavic. Queen 5 in the big blind. Slavic flops a good shot. Dragos still in the lead with ace high.
Okay, gents, change me the good luck.
Hello guys. Raise 400,000.
Now Vincent sitting on 10 million. 50 bigs. Under the gun, pocket fives. Rupert will be folding the 9 deuce offsuit. Now, small pair for Marco Massaroto. Marco flats with the threes. This is Dragos with the king jack in the cutoff. Dragos puts in the 400k with the king jack And now in the big blind, you're going to see Cardano put in the additional 200k with the suited ace.
Six call.
1.9 million out there already. Close to 10 big blinds in the pot before the flop. First to speak will be Cardano with the ace 8 suited and a spade in the window. It's the 3 of spades, which gives a set to Marco Massaroto.
7 bet. 5.
Vincent
50,000.
leads out with pocket 5s.
2 call. 5.
Just a flat call from Marco, disguising the strength of his hand. Dragos should just be folding here, the King Jack.
3 pass. 6 pass.
Vincent in absolute horrible shape here. He fires again.
Bet. 750.
750k. Marco Massaroto. Full house. Marco has position. I could see just another smooth call here. Keep all Vincent's bluffs in there. There is the smooth call. Now, how does Vincent play this one? Does he shut down? Does he fire again? 7 on the river. He does shut down, but he doesn't strike me as the type of player that will fold too easy. Marco Massaroto could get paid off here. Sizing, though, is crucial. Excuse me, sizing for Marco Massaroto.
2.7 million.
2.7, I think. $2.7 it is. Oh boy. Vincent pays him off. And we have a new chip leader, Marco Massaroto. Huge pot. Biggest pot of this final table so far. And it's been awarded to the Italian Marco Massaroto. 8 players remain. All these players guaranteed 9,400. I understand we have a new blind level. That's the chip leader. Sitting on about 15 million.
8 pass.
Pink has big problems. Rupert Derler,
1 pass.
10-6. Average stack 7.6 million. Marco with double the average. Dragos, he's done it time and time again. Dragos, vastly experienced.
3 pass. 4 pass. 5 raise. 5.25.
Now Slavic on the button with the 10-9. He opens, he makes a 5-2-5. Blinds at 125, 250 now. And Vincent down to 5.5 million. Was sitting on 12 million at one stage. Slavic. So 8 players still in the mix.
No problem. One pass.
Chip leader, Marco Massaroto. He folds. This is Dragos. Deuces. Under the gun +2.
Three raise 600,000. 4 pass, 5 pass, 6 pass, 7 pass.
Dragos makes it 600k. Fold it right around to Bink in the big blind, who really is short now. He's sitting on 7 big blinds. Dragos is from Romania in strong contention here on this final table, another final table, third final table in the row. The German Poker Days winner. In contention for another title of another major event. Queen 6, this will go into the dustbin. And now action with Rolf Jacob. Started with 12 million, sitting now on 10.5. He folds. This is Zenko Slavic. He folds. This is Cardano with the Queen 7 suited. Makes it 5-2-5 in the cutoff and a fold from Vincent. Bink in the small blind. Folds. And Rupert Derler will be folding. The 7-2 offsuit. Now Rolf Jacob will open. This 106 million you see listed is 10.6.
5 pass, 6 pass. 7 raise.
Well, we're going to have action here. Vincent with Cowboys. 3 bets to 2 million. Rupert. Ace 8. folds, and now action with the chip leader, Marco Masserotto. Marco with an ace also, he folds. Action back to Rolf Jacob, King Queen. Min raised, under the gun +1, and now he gets 4x'd. Just going to let this one go. Vincent takes down the pot. Brings him back up to 6.5 million. About 25 bigs.
Pass 6, pass 7. 4, 5, 6, 7 pass. 8 raise over. One pass.
Being called in the cutoff with the ace-jack, and it's going to be folded all the way around to Dragos, who's going to be calling here in the big blind with pocket nines. No doubt. It's about 7 bigs.
So it's a 1, 6, 50.
It's just 5.5 bigs more
Showdown.
for a Dragos to call, and he does call. Pocket nines, here we go, flip. And the Romanian pretty good at these flips, believe me. Bink, well, unfortunate. That ace queen versus ace king, that was the hand that really hurt him. But he's got it in here. Ace jack suited versus nines. You can see he's 56% favorite. But let's see how this plays out. 8 remain. Heart in the window is good. 5, 6. Good shot. For a Dragos. Ace or jack. Needed. Queen of spades. This is a brutal card, because it kills some of Bink's cards. And his spade is good for Dragos, but the nines hold. Bink. Busto in 8th place, eliminated by the Romanian. And the Dragos once again starting to climb up that chip count chart. 3rd in chips now on this final table. 7 players remain. Average stack 8.7 million. Bink just past the camera there. If you go to the cage, you'll get €9,408. All of these players guaranteed 13,387.
5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass.
7 remain.
1 pass.
And Derler, I believe, is the shortest. About 17 bigs. This is Marco Masserotto. The Italian on the button is the chip leader with the Queen 5 suited. He's going to open.
5. 3 pass.
Dragos playing 9 million folds, and this is Rolf Jacob in the big blind, playing about 10.5 million behind.
Full call. Heads up to the full.
Ace Jack 9. Rolf has completely missed this.
Full check.
Gonna go check. Marco will continue on that Ace Jack 9 board for sure. Marco will take this down with any kind of sizing.
Bet 400,000. Four pass.
Rolf Jacob folds 7 players. All guaranteed 13,387. Short stack Rupert sitting on 18 big blinds, 4.6 million. And it's actually Marco Masserotto who's the chip leader. This is Ada Cardano under the gun, 9.1 million. He folds. Vincent folds. Now Rupert.
One pass. Two pass. Three pass. Four raise. 650.
So now blind v blind. Rolf Jacob with a suited king versus Zenko Slavic, who looks down at 10-7 suited, and he puts in the additional 400k. This is a sizable raise, 650 total. Blinds 125, 250. So Rolf Jacob first to speak with king 3 of diamonds, a heart in the window. Good shot. Well, it's a double gooder. No, it's not.
Four bet.
9 ball for straight for Slavic. 10-7 good also. Does have the backdoor heart, so we're going to see Slavic continue.
Five call.
Rolf has missed this. Unless he hits a king. We're going to see Slavic win this. Well, of course, we are definitely going to see him win it now after hitting the straight.
Four check.
Rolf Jacob checks. Check back wouldn't be out of the question here for Slavic. Go for value on the river. But
Five bet.
going to try and build up the pot. It's not
1,125,000.
going to happen for Slavic because Rolf Jacob is finished with this hand. Rolf Jacob, king 3. Wow. Okay. Rolf. Considering his options, but I can't see him doing anything other than fold here. King high. No pair, no draw.
Yeah, correct.
Slavic takes it down. Gets awarded the pot and button moves, and Rolf Jacob now on the button. Posting big blind, and the ante you can see in your screen there is Ada Cardano. Slavic will post the small blind. Slavic now sitting on 9 million. Just above average. Under the gun will be Vincent, who snap folds. Next to speak is the short stack on the table, Rupert Derler, ace 5, 4.6 million stack. He folds, and now Marco Massaroto with the 9-8 suited.
To raise 525. 525,000. Three pass, four pass.
Marco raises and a snap fold from Dragos, Rolf, Slavic, and I think Cardano will let this one go also. The Italian up to 16 million, close to double the average. 7 players left.
Still repeat here. Jack of clubs is up.
This is Rupert Derler, Queen Jack suited. 18 big blind stack. Looks at the clock. Looks at the blinds.
One pass. Two pass.
Dragos in the hijack with ace 4. 9 million, just above average stack. Blinds 125, 250. 625k out there pre-flop.
670.
Dragos raises in the hijack position, cut off. Folds, that was Rolf Jacob, and now Slavic folds.
Seven pass.
Cardano gets out of the way. Vincent not interested. Marco Massaroto, big chip leader. Doesn't realise actions on him, but now does. We'll look down and he'll quickly fold the 7 deuce.
Two pass.
And now we move to a Dragos, who looks down at Jack 9 offsuit.
Three pass. Four pass. Five raise. 550,000.
Slavic suited connectors, 550k, fold it right around to the player in the big blind, which is Rupert Derler, who's sitting on 16 bigs behind,
One pass.
and he lets that one go. Slavic Very impressed by this guy. It's tough. No one said it was easy though. But the rewards are huge. All these 7 players guaranteed 13,387. And jumps very significant. 6k almost between 7th and 6th. And then another 6k between 6th and 5th. Then we have another massive pay jump then between 5th and 4th. It's 42.5 for 4th, 25.4 for 5th. These jumps really significant. Rupert Derler in the small blind with the ace king, facing a raise in the cutoff from Cardano. So 3-bet rip all in with the ace king. Marco looks down at king 4. He snap folds. This will leave Vincent as the short stack because Vincent's going to be just folding the ace 6 here. Seven players still in the mix. Blinds 125, 250. Just catching up on next week's action then. We mentioned the Benelux Classics 200 plus 30 buy-in with a 300k guarantee.
Hey guys, just good luck everybody.
And that leads us nicely into the Euro Poker Million, which kicks off the first week in November. That Euro Poker Million is a mammoth event. It really is extraordinary. $1 million guaranteed for just a €500 buy-in. So Vincent makes it 5-2-5 with the king queen. Marco Massaroto, small blind, jack 10 suited, out of position though. Tough ass this, but Marco not afraid to proceed. Puts in the additional 400k, wants to see a flop. A Dragos with the jack 2. Getting a massive price, but I mean, this is just such a weak holding. And he's going to call. Dragos don't like giving up his big blind, that's for sure. Getting a big price here, but this is very wide. Jack 2 offsuit, but the price is huge. Problem here is if he hits his jack, he really doesn't know where he is. He has missed, but Marco Massaroto has made a pair. Vincent, the good shot. So interesting situation here. Marco Massaroto has checked. Action with Dragos, who's absolutely none of this. Jack, deuce, no heart. No pair, no draw. Dragos. I believe checked. Well, he's asking Vincent what's he playing. Vincent sitting on 5 million. Vincent checks. 8 of hearts. No one has a heart in their holding. Marco in the lead with the pair tens. And now you're going to see the chip leader probably lead out. No, he checks actually. He's going for a check call. Dragos with none of this. Now comes out. Vincent, I think, will just give this up. He does. Vincent folds, so just Marco Masserotto, the Italian, flicks in the calling chip. I'm just trying to figure out a way that Dragos can win this. Well, he does have the good shot. The 9 ball would give him a straight. It's an 8. 2 pair for Marco Masserotto. Checks. Dragos with Jack high. Well, Dragos won't like this. Marco Masserotto. Calls turn and river. Jack 10. Big pot, 5.4 million awarded to Marco Masserotto. Brings him close to 20 million. Dragos takes a hit. So halfway through this 125 250 level, and you can see the score on the board. Vincent now with the short stack, 4.8 million. Rupert Derler, 22 bigs. Rolf J started this final table with 12 million, now sitting on 7 million. Dragos sitting on 7 million. But up top is Marco Masserotto. 19 plus million for Marco. Under the gun here is Slavic. Now, action with Rupert, who folds the 7-6. Action incoming. Slavic under the gun with the King Queen. Dragos calls in the small blind with the Ace Deuce. This is loose. And the problem with this call from Dragos is sometimes he's not going to realise a flop. Going to waste that additional 400k. This is the player with the real hand. Ace king, big slick, suited. All in rip from Ralph Jacob. Going to see Slavic fold and Dragos can't do anything. This ace 2 is going in the bin. No chance of a call here. And this is an aspect of a Dragos' game. Some of these decisions you think are straightforward. I mean, there's no way. This is for Dragos' own tournament. He's not going to put in all his chips with ace deuce off. No chance. But I guess he's trying to glean some information. Trying to put his opponent through the mill. But there's a lot of time being wasted. So, new hand under the gun, Cardano with the ace 3. Rupert Derler, aces in the hijack. Rupert looking at the bullets, just deciding in his mind what size open to go with. Big blind is 250. So 550 open. Marco with the suit of connectors. 7-6 of diamonds. I'm not liking involvement here from Marco, given the type of player Rupert Derler is. Still several players still to act. Well, Marco Maserati 3-bets the tightest player on the table. Well, I guess he thinks he can get him off a bunch of strong hands. Dragos folds, ace 5, and a small blind for Rolf Jacob. And Slavic would save for some money with the King Jack of diamonds. You put that in the bin. So Rupert doesn't mess around, he pulls the trigger. All in 5.6 million. And Marco Maserotto just lets go the 7 high. Button moves. Seven players remain. All these players, they're all guaranteed a decent payday. They've 20 times their initial stake. 13,387 is the minimum they're guaranteed. Of course, the pay jumps so significant the further you progress on this final table of the Swiss Poker Open. Now, Derler, it's working out for him so far, playing pretty much ABC. Dragos in the cutoff with the ace queen, 6.6 million. So, just waiting for Dragos to decide on the sizing. Ace Queen in the cutoff. Blinds are 125, 250. Dragos makes it 700. Well, Cardano in the big blind with Ace Queen. Cardano Dragos to show what kind of stack size he's on. Both of these very similar size stack. 6.5 million for Dragos, 7.5 million for Cardano. Cardano 3-bets, 2 million all in announced for Dragos. This is tough. Cardano with Ace Queen. I mean, many times you're up against Ace King. Big moment in the tournament. Dragos with the 4-bet all in. I mean, this is super tough for Cardano, but he makes the call and he's going to be super pleased to see the situation. He had a lot in, didn't want to waste the 2 million he put in. So Ace Queen versus Ace Queen, this is going to be a chop pot unless one of these players can hit some kind of funky flush. Cardano has two potential flush draws. A Dragos, just the heart flush. Well, two spades and a diamond means that this will be a chop pot 100% of the time, regardless of the run out. Action with Dragos. Jack Deuce in the hijack. We are still seven-handed. This is Rolf Jacob in the cutoff, 7-5 of hearts. Now, Cardano with the Jack 10 suited, 7.7 million. How strong was that call with the Ace Queen? I think it was pretty strong. Vincent, big blind, the short stack on the table. Playing about 16 bigs. Up and down, straight draw now for Cardano. Leads out, Vincent not going anywhere. He's just going to snap fold this. Leaves himself with 17 bigs behind. Now, Marco Maserati under the gun. Chip leader, 17 million. Took a misstep there a couple of hands ago against this gentleman you see in the centre of your screen, Rupert Derler. But he's going to open to 525. Dragos folds. Now action with Rolf Jacob. Suited ace. He folds, and it's folded right around to Vincent, who could be in trouble here. Well, Vincent moves all in with ace jack suited, but he's going to have a big problem. Marco Maserotto will be calling. He's just waiting for Rupert Derler to get out of the way. And look at that instant call. Great recognition from the Italian Marco Maserotto. Vincent looked down at the ace jack suited, shoved on the early position open from the chip leader. I don't blame him. Ace Jack good here quite often. But Marco Massaroto with the Ace Queen. Snapped called. Vincent in big trouble. I think there was a jack folded. No, there wasn't. There's still 3 jacks in the deck. 2 hearts on board, both players. Without a heart in their hand. 8 of clubs on the turn. Jack and jack only for Vincent. Doesn't happen. 5 on the river. Vincent busted, eliminated in 7th place, 13,387 and 22 million stack. So 35% of the chips in play for Marco Massaroto. 22 of the 60 million. And all of these players guaranteed 19,032 euro. So nice situation for all 6 players, but I mean it could be monstrous. There's 101,500 plus the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. And what about this guy, Adragos? I mean, it really is an incredible run that he's on. That has been a display of extraordinary tenacity by this guy. Under the gun here with the A7. Average stack now just over 10 million. There's 60 million in play. There's 6 players. Average would be 10 million. Blinds are 125, 250. About 10 minutes left in this blind level. Slavic. Ace 8, haven't heard much from him in a while. Rupert Derler. I mean, this guy, what a performance he's put in over the last few days. Rupert. Incredible. How about the way he's played the big slick? The smooth call pre-flop on a few occasions. Really got his opponent off guard. This is Marco Massaroto, the table captain. We felt that this was going to be a perfect opportunity for a player of his type. Ace 8 for Slavic, who makes second pair. Marco has missed. Marco defending in the big blind with Ace 5, but has none of this. Slavic will fire. Marco folds and Slavic takes down the pot, brings him up to 9.3 average stack. Pretty close to that 10.1. $60.1 million of the total amount of chips in play. So plenty of play here. There's still a bunch of blinds. But we are coming towards the end of this 125, 250, and we're going to move to the 150, 300k level. Now Slavic with the kings in the hijack position, and Cardano in the cutoff with a suited ace. Both these players playing pretty similar stack sizes. Cardano likes to 3-bet, we know this. Not a bad hand choice to do this one. It's blocking so many premium hands, but Slavic with the goods. Cardano going to get caught with his hand in the cookie jar once again. Rupert Derler snap folds the ace-5 in the button position, and this is the chip leader, Marco Massaroto, in the small blind with 8 deuce off, and this is Dragos, who will be snap folding the 7-6. Well, you'd expect him to. Now, great situation for Slavic. You open with kings, you get a customer, player to play back at you. How do you proceed? Go for the lot, try and get it all in pre. That's the dream. This is beautiful play by Slavic. Smooth calls with the kings. 3.5 million in the pot. Slavic trapping his opponent, and unfortunately for Cardano, he has a piece of this. Slavic checks. And here's the continuation bet from Cardano. $1.3 million. About 35% of the pot. Slavic going absolutely nowhere. But now he announces himself. Pulls the trigger. Cardano can't do anything. Let's go the ace-3. Slavic gets an additional 1.3 million there in the flop that he wouldn't have if he made that 4-bet pre-flop. 13 million for Slavic. Cardano takes a massive hit, 5.6 million. But he still has about 22 bigs. Having said that, this blind level now coming to an end. Just a couple of moments left before this level expires. Then we move to the 150, 300k. We will take a short break. Slavic folds and leaves the table. That tells me it's the last hand before the break. 6 players, 10 million average stack. Rupert Derler, the cutoff with the Queen 8, he folds. This is the chip leader. Marco really put in a quality performance, as has this gentleman. Dragos with the queens. Blind v blind. It's Rolf Jacob in the big blind. Dragos in the small blind with the queens. 25 bigs. Well, this is trouble for Rolf. King 10 suited. Big blind versus a raise from the small blind. I'm continuing from Rolf Jacob. That is for sure. 425. Additional chips put in by Rolf Jacob. There's 1.6 million in the pot. Dragos with the queens. Rolf Jacob, King 10 suited. We're going to see a flop. Well, oh, that's pretty sick for the Dragos. And the Queen of Clubs has been folded pre. So it's just the Queen of Hearts is the only out for Dragos. And if a heart comes in the turn, he's going to be drawing dead. Dragos checks. Of course, he's going to check call for sure. This 500k. Five of diamonds on the turn. Dragos has gone behind Rolf. Jacob has outflopped him. Looks like 1.1 million. Getting expensive. Well, it's only 700k actually. 30% of the pot. Dragos not going anywhere. Going to call here on the turn, reassess the situation. But 4 million in the pot. Dragos with just above a pot size bet behind. Well, the ace is going to be an action killer. Kind of card that Dragos could rep. That is for sure. Rolf hating to see that ace. This is a really interesting hand. I think this is a great bet by Dragos. I really do. 2.5 million. This just reads like an ace to me. I can't see how Rolf can find a call here.
After 15 minutes break, guys. Break 15 minutes.
That's, wow, what a call. That is really interesting hand. It leaves Dragos super short. He'll just have six bigs when we come back from the break. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes. Do join us.
I said some chips, huh?
The good thing is a good thing for you.
I said some chips, I didn't push all in. If I push all in,
And then you push a little left forward. Prefer, then you push.
that's the way.
Leave it there more 7 or 8 minutes. We make the triplets and everything, and then we'll be 25. I go to number. I leave you more. Because normally I go 5 minutes. Break.
6 players remain here at the Swiss Poker Open finals table. And you can see the Italian up on top there with 70 bigs, 21 million. 200 big blinds in play. 60 million chips. Big blind is 300k. Marco Masarotto on top. Second is Slavic, very impressive, that guy, super solid. Then we have Rolf Jacob, 40 bigs, exactly the same chip stack he started with, 12 million on this final table. Then Rupert Derler from Austria. Then we have Cardona and the very short Dragos. 6 players. Suited connectors for Cardona. He was trying to take Vincent's seat, but the live feed for his graphics connected to the seat, so he needs to stay in the same seat till, of course, the producer directs otherwise. This is Rupert with the ace-5. Rupert has been very solid also. Dragos is going to be all in here. 1.9 million. Ace-9 suited on the button. 6 bigs. It's all in. Rolf Jacob, small blind, ace-deuce. I think he just folds this. Massive pot. How did he make that call last time before the break? It really was a super call. I thought it was a very clever bet by Dragos. But Rolf Jacob made the call. Okay. 6.5 bigs. 3, 6.5 bigs. Well, Slavic is the one with the real hand here. Ace Queen. I'm surprised that Rolf Jacob got involved there in the small blind with the ace-2. Wasn't out of the question for Slavic to pull the trigger there, but I guess they just want to see Dragos getting bust. They can go up the money ladder. Well, the Queen, huge card, but look at this flush draw for Dragos. Ace deuce now folds. And we're going to see Ace Queen versus Ace 9. Flush draw versus top pair. Slavic with the Queen of Hearts, a blocker. 5 of Hearts was also folded. So, runner for a straight or trips or a heart. King on the turn. Dragos. All in for his tournament life. And it's over. Incredible run. Absolutely amazing. Really has been. Another super deep run by this quality player. And he really is a gentleman. Eliminated. He will receive quite substantial payday once again, 19,000. We're down to 5 players. We're on the World Series of Poker Europe ticket bubble. 4 of the 5 will be coming back for the World Series main event. which kicks off the first Friday in December here in Kings Resort. But you're looking at Slavic, who's sitting close to 12 million, I believe. More, he's probably on 13. Now, 5 remain, 12 million is the average stack. This is Rupert under the gun. 5 players. Rupert folds the Italian, Marco still the chip leader. And now Rolf Jacob, 10 million stack on the button with the Queen 10.
For raise 600,000. 5 plus. Six plus.
Cardano folds. Marco under the gun, Queen 10 suited.
For raise 600,000.
Makes it 600k. Rolf Jacob with a small pair. Rolf with 11 million. Three's in the bin.
6 plus.
Oh, look at this. Aces for Rupert. Once again, Rupert Derler in the big blind, looks down at the bullets. Chip leader. Made it 600k, and now Rupert with the bullets, counting out a 3-bet here.
2.1.
2.1 million. Marco with all the chips. You'd be tempted to continue here. Sitting on 21 million. It's costing you 1.5 million. Queen 10, you are suited. What amazing, real bad shape. Getting 2 to 1. Does have position. So several factors. But obviously just let it go. Folds, and Rupert gets a stack up to 8 million. Average is 12 million. 5 players remain. All these 5 players guaranteed minimum 25.5k. It's the Swiss Poker Open final. Ace 10 for Slavic.
5. Raise 650,000. 6 plus. 650. Yes.
Makes it 650. Small blind is Rupert. And Marco Massaroto, 5-2 offsuit. Let's it go. Marco 20 million and Slavic now sitting on 17 million. The two strongest players for sure, for me on this table. They just seem to have a huge table presence. Kind of players you don't want to see at your table. Very stubborn, very aggressive, very sticky. This is Cardano, who's impressed also. He's moved in here with King Jack. Well, it's a pretty big shove. About 15 bigs. King Jack off. Marco's going to fold the King 10. He'll ask for a count, but there's no chance. He's going to call with King 10.
For 875, 4,875,000. 2, 4, 4, 6, 4, 7, 4, 8, 75.
Marco, I'm surprised he's considering this. 4.7 million. I mean, you need to preserve your stack as chip leader. Given the shorties a soft double, I mean, it's, yeah, you can't really call. Now, this is a different story. Ace 9. This is close. Rolf Jacob, Ace 9. We've seen Rolf call with the Ace Deuce when Dragos was all in for 6.5 bigs. Now, this is a different situation, but still not afraid to make big calls. Rolf Jacob. He's counting out the call. 4.6 million. The last thing Cardano wants is a call, that's for sure. He's just looking to take down the blinds and antes. Rolf Jacob with a decision, Ace 9. Let's it go. Cardano will be happy with that. He'll take down the pot. 5.6 million. Still the short stack. Big blind is 300k, so he's close to 19 big blinds. All these 5 players guaranteed 25,430 euro. That's the state of play. Cardano 18 bigs, close to 19. Then you have Rupert Derler 26 bigs, Rolf 35 bigs, Slavic 17 million 56 bigs. Look at that. Marco Maserato 66 big blinds, huge stack. Now, Rupert in the cutoff with the nut low. This will go straight into the dealer's muck area. Marco folds the Jack 2. Rolf Jacob in the small blind with the Jack 4 offsuit. And he gives Slavic a walk. Slavic with 9-3 off. So button moves, new hand, blinds posted by Slavic in the small blind, and then we have the short stack sitting on 18 big blinds is Ada Cardano. So big blind anti posted, big blind posted, 16 bigs behind for Cardano. First to speak, Rupert under the gun with the Queen 5. Marco cut off will be opening here. Ace 5 makes it 600k. Fold it right around to the player in the big blind, which is Cardano. 9-3 off, he folds. Just 16 bigs now for Cardano. Cardano in the small blind shoving Queen 5, and Rupert in the big blind 8 deuce. He's going to just let this go. Cardano gets the shove through, picks up some precious blinds, gets his stack back up to 5.6 million, which is just shy of 19 bigs. Viewers just tuning in, you're watching the Swiss Poker Open. We're broadcasting live from Kings Resort. This event attracted 1,200 plus entries, creating a prize pool of 580,000. Right now, all these 5 remaining players guaranteed 25k minimum. This is Rolf Jacob, suited ace under the gun, should be opening here. Ace 8 suited for Rolf. Marco not interested in defending with the Jack 5 offsuit. Rolf Jacob gets a stack up to 11 million, averages around 12 million. So player on your left is Rolf Jacob. In the center of your screen, Zenko Slavic, and then the right hand side of your screen is Fee, also known as Cardano. That's his nickname. And Cardano to act here in the cutoff with the 10-7. He folds. This is Rupert Derler, 9-7 on the button, offsuit. Marco. Another jack. Rag offsuit. Gives Rolf a walk. Rolf with the suited ace. Button moves and Rolf in the small blind. Big blind is the player from Slovakia. Zenko Slavic. Now, Rupert, ace queen, cut off. Going to see an open here. Big blind 300k. Going to see a raise in around 650. Makes it 600k with the ace queen. Fold it right around to Zenko Slavic. Queen 5, big blind. Puts in the additional 300k. Going to see a flop. 1.7 million in the pot. Both miss. Slavic checks. And Rupert checks back. 3 of spades give both players the flush draw. Rupert with the queen high flush draw, but look at this, Slavic just jumping on this once pre-flop raiser checks back the flop. He fires on the turn. 750k. Don't expect Rupert to be folding quite just yet. He's ahead here way too often. And if he's not, he can always hit an ace, a queen, spade. Would also work nicely. Well, that's remarkable. Slavic hits a 3-outer on the river. 3.2 million in the pot. I guess he just wants to get to showdown now. Whew. Is this a bluff? It's incredible. Slavic bluffing with the best hand. That 5 was completely irrelevant to him. Big shove. I think for me, Rupert just lost that on the flop. Didn't continue. Opened the door for Zenko Slavic. And boy, did Slavic kick that door in. Now, Rupert under the gun, 5.7 million. Sub 20 bigs. 9-8 offsuit. Rolf folds king 6 on the button. Slavic 18 million stack. Gives it walk to the short stack. Cardano with 10-3 offsuit. Slavic with 7-3 off himself. Cardano will take that. Button moves. Lines are posted. Blind level 150k, 300k. Just about halfway through this line level. So Slavic limping on the button with the 9-8 suited. Cardano gets involved with the 7 deuce of diamonds, and Rupert Derler checks his option. There's going to be action here, I think. Bottom pair for Cardano. Rupert moves in with the gut shot. And look at this, Slavic with the flush draw. This has just exploded. Slavic with that limp pre you wouldn't expect. I think Slavic makes the call here. He does. And unfortunately for Rupert, he's in real bad shape because Slavic with a bigger draw. He's the flush draw. Of course, he has him outkicked. The 9-8 actually ahead. Rupert has to hit 6 in his kicker, or 5 for the straight, non-club of course. Slavic good on this turn. 5 outs for Rupert Derler. He misses. He goes out in 5th place at 25,430. Great run, great performance. Gets rewarded. And just 4 remain. All these 4 players guaranteed World Series of Poker Europe main event seat, and they're all guaranteed a minimum of 42,500 total payout, right up to the 112,000 approximately for first place. That includes World Series main event seat. And you can see the chip count graphic there showing that Slavic now has taken top spot, 25 million. Marco Masserotto, 20 million. Rolf Jacob, 11 million. And the short stack is Cardano. But there's still plenty of blinds. Loads of play still in this. Average stack 15.2 million with the big blind at 300k. So 50 bigs is the average stack. 200 big blinds in play.
That was funny. The funniest thing like there was.
Marco, the pair of jacks here. Rolf Jacob. 8 high. So about 30 minutes left in this 150, 300k blind level. Then we go to the 200k, 400k level. All these 4 players guaranteed that World Series of Poker main event seat. Of course, they've all locked up 42,500. Now Marco on the button with the ace-9. Marco second in chips. This is Rolf Jacob. Small blind, king-jack. Rolf makes the call. Slavic in the big blind folds, so we're going to go and see a flop. First and speaker be Rolf with the king-jack. Marco Masarotto has position. He's ahead here with ace-high. Well, actually, this is a 3-bet from Rolf with the king-jack. Wow, so strong. Marco, 4 bets all in. This is super strong play from the Italian. He's pretty much unexploitable, this guy, Marco Masarotto. Raise folding, just not in his book. Rolf Jacob with the 3-bet in the small blind position. And then Marco pulls the trigger for the lot, puts the pressure back on Rolf Jacob, and Rolf just folds. Can't do anything with jack high, king jack offsuit, should I say. So second in chips is Marco Masarotto, who you see on your screen, the Italian, playing about 23 million. 10-5 suited in the dustbin. Average is 15 million. Rolf Jacob is short. Queen Jack. Slavic dramatically folds in the small blind position. And all in for Cardano. Well, it's all in and called. Ace-6 for Cardano. In the lead, there's not much in it. Rolf Jacob with the Queen Jack. Gonna see a flop. Cardano, the short stack. Rolf Jacob with Queen Jack, but this flush draw board really good for Cardano. Kills the Queen of Diamonds and Jack of Diamonds. Rolf with less outs now. It's Queen Jack non-diamond That's the end of hand. The king of diamonds double for fee. Listed here as Ada Cardano. He flips positions with Rolf Jacob. Rolf Jacob now the short stack. Four players remain. Rolf Jacob, now the short stack. 13 bigs, but a lot of bigs in play. 200 big blinds on the table. Average stack 50 bigs each. And still 20 minutes or so left in this 150, 300k blind level.
Four raise all in. 5 pass, 6 pass.
Marco. 22 million. Rolf Jacob with the under the gun all in rip with the ace 2 suited. Takes it down, doesn't get any action.
Five raise, 600,000.
Slavic makes it 600k, but we're going to see a 3-bet here from Cardano.
Six raise, 2 minutes. 2 pass. 4 pass.
3-bet to 2 million. Action back with Slavic. Under the gun, he raised with a7 off. I think he just lets this go. Out of position. Cardano shows he has the goods, button moves. Small blind is Rolf Jacob. Big blind now, Slavic under the gun. Cardano.
Six raise, 600,000. 2 pass, 4 pass. 5 top. Well, that's up. check.
Cardano has hit a pair. Slavic with the deuces has none of this. 7 on the turn.
5 check.
Slavic checks turn, and now Cardano will fire on this
850. 5
King Queen 8-7 board. With the pair of eights, takes down the pot, brings his stack up to about 12.5 million average. I believe it's around 15. Right back in it, Cardano.
Two pass. 4 pass.
Slavic in the small blind with the Jack 8.
5 raise.
And these two players, Slavic and Cardano, they really are getting involved. Both showing quite a lot of intent.
6 go.
Slavic in the small blind, making it 700k with the Jack 8. Cardano,
Heads up to the floor.
10-7 defense, 1.7 million in the pot. First to speak would be Slavic. Up and down straight draw for Cardano. Bottom pair for Slavic.
5. Bet 575. 6 go.
Slavic with the lead out gets called. Cardano with the open ender. Deuce on the turn doesn't change anything. Slavic ahead with the pair of eights. He's not to know that. Difficult for him to continue here again. But he does continue. Cardano with a decision now. I can't see him going anywhere quite just yet. 1.7 million. Cardano, tank folds. Let's go the up and down straight draw. Slavic. Aggression paying off. Takes down the pot. That's the chip count. 200 bigs in play. Slavic with 80 of them. And Marco, very close second, about 73 bigs. This is Slavic on the button.
5 raise. 7,
All the activity coming from this seat.
6.
Button open with the deuces. Snap fold from Cardano. This is Marco. Big blind 8-5. I expect him to defend here. He is suited. Has potential.
It's up to the fold.
8-5 versus the deuces. So that's a good shot for Marco
To check.
with the backdoor flush. 3 overcards on the board to the pair of deuces, but these small pairs, they play so poorly post flop. No surprise to Slavic, but he's going to continue anyway. But Marco, I expect to continue. Kind of hand you could check raise, and he does do that. And there's nothing Slavic can do here. Has to dump the deuces. Can't get into a war with the only player at the table that can absolutely decimate a stack. These pay jumps are hugely significant. Deuces on a 6-10-4 board. Well, this is quite remarkable. Slavic, not convinced. How stubborn is this guy? Just look at the intent shown on his face. Well, Marco Massaroto goes ahead. Hits a pair to go along with his good shot. Straight draw now. 2 pair draw. Trip draw. Slavic. How did he call that? Check raise.
3,300,000.
Now faced with a 3.3 million bet from Marco. Does have a good shot himself. 3 would give him a straight. Deuce for the set, but he does let go, but really surprised at that call on the flop. Marco Massaroto now. The Italian goes top. 25 million in chips. Slavic about 21. Then we have Rolf Jacob, who is the short stack. Cardano second shortest. Slavic under the gun here with the king 10. 4 remain. 15 million average stack. 10 minutes left in this blind level. Now Slavic. In position, top pair. Rolf Jacob has missed. Just 12 bigs behind. Comfortable continuation here for Slavic. Snap fold from Rolf Jacob, who's getting close to that danger zone. Under 12 bigs at the moment. Slavic on 22 million. Really impressed with this guy Slavic. It's been pretty high quality, this final table. All these 4 players remaining thoroughly deserving of their place here. Marco Massaroto On the button, 4 high.
We'll raise 600. 4 pass.
Makes it 600k. Slavic just has to let this go. No, he doesn't. The 8-2 offsuit. He defends. How tough is this guy?
It's up to the full.
Not the kind of player you want to be up against on your table, that's for sure. 8-2 off, misses. Check. Continuation incoming from Marco Massaroto. Well, he checks back, surprisingly. And now Slavic
5 check.
goes in the lead. Delayed continuation from Marco. This is quite extraordinary. Slavic now hits his ace. For sure he's going to be calling this 400k. Delayed continuation from Marco. Forward's going to go check, check.
5 check.
Slavic
Showdown.
checks Marco. I think missed the trick there. Not firing on that flop. He looks 8-2. This is a very wide defend. Marco under the gun, the Jack 9
Good pass. 4 pass.
folds. Slavic on par now with Marco.
5 call.
Both these guys running the show, but this gentleman Cardano will have something to say about it. Very high quality player, Cardano.
Sorry. 6 raise. 800,000.
Makes it 800k with the ace queen.
5
Slavic, Jack 7. Just won't give up. Slavic, he is relentless.
1 heads up.
Well, end of hand trips for Cardano.
5 check.
Absolute lock on this.
6 bet 300.
97%. Bets the absolute min, trying to induce something from Slavic, who floats out of position. Slavic, Jack high, 3 on the turn. Slavic about to set something up here for sure. Cardano, if he goes again, I think he might get raised with absolute air from Slavic. Surely that's what Slavic had in mind.
6 bet. 700,000.
700,000 to a 2.5 million pot. But
5 pass.
Slavic was hoping that Cardano was shut down, but he flopped the goods. Trips. Slavic, you can see in the center of your screen with the baseball cap. So strong. But does he just play a little bit too fast? Is he just that little bit too sticky? Rolf Jacob, short stack. Look at this. 11 bigs, under the gun, king 6. He's going to be posting 20% of his stack blind next hand.
Raise 700.
Slavic, always going to be raising. on his button. Picks up 9-8 suited and Cardano, his nemesis. These guys are really going at it. Ace Jack for Cardano. Small blind position. It's an interesting situation because
6 call.
you have
2 pass.
a player sitting on 10 bigs. So it's not ideal going to war.
4 heads up.
Whew. Okay, flush draw for Slavic. Straight draw for Cardano, excuse me. 3 of diamonds will be sick.
5 bet. 650. 650,000.
Can't see Slavic. Can't see Cardano folding just yet. Slavic, raise pre, flops the flush draw. Cardano under-repped his hand a little, I think. Here's the call.
6 call.
Cardano checks call flop. Now he doesn't want to hit the 3 of diamonds, believe me. Deuce of hearts.
6 check.
Cardano still in the lead, but can he find a way to stay in the lead and not get moved off this hand check back from Slavic? Well, that is... boy, this is just sick stuff.
6 check.
Straight for Cardano, who has the knowledge and experience to check this. How big does Slavic go?
5 bet.
Snap call. It's going to be sick when he sees the situation. Cardano makes a straight. Slavic makes the flush. Cardano down to 8 million. Slavic in control.
3. Step.
That's the state of play. Rolf Jacob, 3.3 million. There's 200 bigs out there. Average stack should be 50 bigs each, which is equivalent to about 15 million each. There's 60 million in play. Now, Marco, why he's left the table is beyond me. They're playing for like 6 figures. Cardano with the bullets, sizing nice and small.
6 raise 800,000.
Ah, here we go.
All in.
Induces action. Rolf has a small pair, puts the money in. Rolf Jacob, all in for his tournament life. Pocket threes. Cardano with the bullets. 4-1 favorite Cardano. Two, 5-8. Aces. 9-1 favorite. Rolf Jacob 2 outs. Does have a backdoor straight possibility? Well, there you go. 6 is good. Ace is good. 3 no longer good. Oh, that's sick. Ah, wow. Another brutal river card for Cardano, who just has a smile.
3,025,000.
And now Cardano is the shortest stack. Ace is cracked. Rolf Jacob makes a straight. Rolf Jacob survives. The money jumps here are very significant.
200, 400.
There's 11k in the difference between fourth and third, and there's like 70k almost between fourth and first. So about 140 buy-ins, the difference in payouts between first and fourth. All these guys, of course, guaranteed 42.5k, but it's close to 112 up top for first. These payouts include the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Marco, button, King 9, 23 million. Marco Massarotto.
Two race, 800,000. 4 plus, 5 plus.
So first to act, Marco Massarotto. King 10 suited, under the gun, 24 million stack. Blinds are up now, 200,000, 400,000. So Marco makes it 800,000. Rolf Jacob with an ace on the button. Problem here for Rolf is
4 plus, 5 plus.
Cardano has an extremely short stack, 10 bigs. He's just got to lock up.
Let's go.
Cardano flats,
Heads up to the 4.
defends 6-5 in the big blind position. Well, there's an up and down straight draw for Cardano.
6 below.
Moves in. Marco with a decision, 2 overs. Wow, that's strong, that call. 2 overs, backdoor hearts, king high. Cardano. With a ton of outs. Only 4, 5, 6 or 9. But Marco Massarotto in the lead. 8 of hearts. Good card for Marco. Kills the 6 and the 5. Of hearts, the king on the river.
Sit up.
6 and 5, no good. 7s and 8s, 2 pair on the board. Third place for fee, listed here as Ada Cardano. And now there are 3 players. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Got his aces cracked. Then lost that huge pot versus Slavic a couple of hands ago. Ace Jack, he made a straight in the river, and Slavic made the flush. So 3 remain. All these 3 players guaranteed minimum of 53,600. Marco is the chippy.
2 pass.
Half the chips in play. 60 million. There's 150 bigs out there. Well, Ralph's going to get called here. Queen Jack versus Ace 10. Both suited, both hearts. Slavic in the lead. 60-40 favourite. Rolf Jacob, all in again for his tournament life. He is behind, but not much in it. He's live. Suited connected. His hearts are no good, but has the straight potential. Any pair would do. Slavic, massive favourite. 80%. Rolf Jacob hanging in. Well, that'll help. Black Jack puts him in the lead. Makes him a 3-1 favourite. Any heart, any ace for Slavic to eliminate Rolf Jacob. Rolf Jacob survives again. And he's back. He is back. 13 million. Over 30 bigs now for Rolf Jacob. This is plenty deep, this tournament. 150 big blinds out there. So, just a couple of cards away from going heads up there. But Rolf survives. Hits the Jack of clubs. Blinds are 200,000, 400,000. You're watching the Swiss Poker Open. It's the final table, final 3 players. All 3 players have locked up 53.5k minimum, but it's 72k for runner-up, and then close to 112k for first place. Pay jumps, ginormous. Slavic, small blind, queen 4. So, story here. Slavic raising in the small blind with the queen 4. Marco 3-betting with the king jack. Action back with Slavic. Slavic out of position, but he just won't go away. Calls here with the queen 4 offsuit. He misses. Marco flops trips. Marco going to continue. And we're going to see a float again, I think, from Slavic. No, on this occasion, decides he's put enough in. Lets it go. Marco with half the chips in play. Blinds 200k, 400k. Slavic on the button with the queen 2. This is Marco. Small blind, ace 9. Marco raises, makes it 1.2 million with the ace 9. And Rolf Jacob folds. Rolf still with over 30 bigs in a stack. Plenty of maneuverability there. Three remain. Average stack 20 million. Marco, 55% of the chips in play, folds the jack deuce. Rolf Jacob in the small blind, 8-7. Slavic checks his option. Going to see a flop. 5-2 king. Now Marco in the big blind getting a walk. Rolf Jacob getting a walk himself. So players just taking a breather. Slavic has gone down a gear. All three players just assessing the situation they're in. They're all guaranteed 53.5k. But I mean, there's 72 plus for runner up and then almost 112k for first place. Quite substantial, the difference between these money jumps between third and second and first. Slavic takes down the pot, puts in a raise. Rolf Jacob is the shortest stack, but there's not much between Rolf Jacob and Zenko Slavic. I mean, the action was fast and furious four-way. It's kind of slowed down a bit. Lines are 200, 400,000. There's 150 bigs on the table. Average stack 20 million. That's the chippy. Marco Masserotto. So on the button now, Slavic 7-5, he folds, and now small blind 9-6 offsuit. Marco. Marco limps, Rolf checks his option. Marco leads out, but Rolf Jacob going nowhere, making second pair. Now, Marco could fire big here and win this pot. That ace is a scare card. 900k. Rolf gives it up. Marco takes it down. 33 million. 60 million in play. Marco, 3-2. You suit it, but 3 high. Marco limps on the button. Jacob completes, but Slavic won't be given a free flop. He's going to raise it up. So this 3 deuce should just be going in the bin here. $2.2 million raised from Slavic. Another 1.8 million to call. 4.5 bigs. Just not good value. Marco does fold, as does Rolf. Slavic takes it down, brings the stack up to 16 million. So 28 million between the two lads here. You see in your screen Rolf and a Slavic. And then about 32 million for Marco, the chip leader. Blinds 200,000, 400,000. Plenty of play, 150 bigs on the table. All 3 players guaranteed 53.5k. Now, Slavic with the jacks. Marco defending in the big blind with the jack 8. Good shot for Marco. End of hand, you would think. It is super small though, so Marco decides to chase. Deuce doesn't change anything. Pair of jacks in the lead. Marco still 50% of the chips in play. Slavic 19 million, and then Rolf, Jacob 12 million. Slavic close to average stack. Well, he's gonna get 3-betted here by Marco with the 9s. $1.6 million 3-bet from Marco. Mazzaroto. Rolf Jacob with King 10 suited. A lot of action though. So just in the tank here with Slavic, we had an open from, sorry, in the tank with Rolf Jacob, who folds the king 10. Slavic opened on the button with the king 8, and now he folds to the 3-bet from Marco, gets his stack up to 32 million. Marco on the button with the 8-7. So good shot for Marco. Jack 8 for Slavic, still in the lead, but he folds. And now 33 million for Marco Mazzarato. Just to let you know, coming up later this week, we have the Benelux Classics. That's a 200 plus 30 buy-in, 300k guaranteed. So big numbers expected. Going to bring you all the action from that on Sunday, Monday next week. And then we have the European Poker Million. Quite a phenomenal event. It's 500 buy-in. Well, it's 445 plus 45. 490 buy-in. And the guarantee is 1 million. And the day one is 14-minute clock. Day 2, 50 minute. And then final day, 60 minutes. So Slavic on the button with the ace-8. Still super deep here. There's 150 big blinds on the table. Big blind is Rolf Jacob. Makes the call with the 10-7. We're going to see a flop. Slavic with the advantage of position. He's ahead with the ace-8, but Rolf is going to pay Slavic off at least one street here. Rolf hitting bottom pair, backdoor spades, top pair for Slavic. Continues 800k and expect a call for sure. You defend with 10-7, hit bottom pair. Backdoor straight, backdoor spades. Looks like 2 million. These are 100k chips. Close to 2 million. Check raise from Rolf. 1.8. Slavic. All in announced, and you're going to see a snap fold from Rolf. Who's down now to 7.5 million. Now, Marco with an ace on the button. Chip leader, more than 55% of the chips in play. Going to see an open here. With the ace 4, he makes it 800k. Snap fold from Rolf in this small blind, and Slavic defending wide here, 10-2 offsuit. Well, he hits a pair and a flush draw. Wheel draw for Marco. Marco has a flush draw of his own, be it weaker than Slavic's. Two's in the lead. Marco happy enough to check back ace high here, but the 10 deuce will scoop the pot, and that's why you defend with 10-2 off. Slavic takes down another pot. Stacking chips to the left of your screen, that is Rolf Jacob, the short stack player. Can feel the stress almost. Well, Marco relaxing with a beer. He's not feeling the stress. More than half the chips in play. But Rolf Jacob, 7.3 million. He folds. This is Slavic. Once again will be raising. Ace 7. Well, it looks like he's limped, and Marco has checked his option. Slavic disguising his hand here, ace 7, and he misses. Marco misses. Goes check, check, turn 8. Slavic fires. Marco folds. Slavic now up to 21 million, just above average stack. So, just asked in the chat about the next blind level. It's about 20 minutes. And this 2 under 400 level will expire, and then we move to the 250, 500k level. And that will leave us with, well, let me calculate this, 500k big blind, 60 million. So there's there'll be 120 bigs in play. Average stack will be 40 bigs. Slavic here in the button with the king 8. But Rolf Jacob will be 3-betting all in here. Slavic asking for an exact count. King 8. Too weak, I feel. I don't think it's so close. I think he just lets this go. Way too many combinations. He's an underdog too. Flipping sometimes, I suppose. Very rarely ahead. Still three-handed, blind still at 200,000, 400,000. About 20 minutes left in this 200, 400 blind level. Pocket queens, Marco on the button. Look at this, Jack 2 off. Slavic will not give up his blind. Well, it doesn't want to come Jack high, that's for sure. Slavic will find himself in big trouble. Ace, Queen, 8. Oh, set for Marco. May check this back. No, he's going to continue. Build up this pot. Snap fold from Slavic. Chip leader, the Italian. Rolf Jacob on the button, King 8. 20 bigs. Slavic, pocket sevens. We'll see a re-raise here. Ace rag in the dustbin, and the King 8 is folded also. Rolf down to 7.3 million. Three players, that's the final table of the Swiss Poker Open main event. That's what you're watching. And this is the massive chip leader, 32 million, more than half the chips in play. It's Marco Masserotto with the 9-8 on the button here. Marco raises. Big blind is 400k. This is an opportunity for Rolf Jacob here in the small blind with the Queen Jack. May 3-bet. It's got to generate something. Does 3-bet rip all in with the Queen Jack. Marco won't be calling. Give me an idea, he asks. Marco does let it go, and that brings Rolf up to 9 million in chips. This blind level has about 15 minutes left before it expires, and then we move to the 250, 500k. Also running right now, the Kings Big Monday sold out. The 10k tournament for the 100 buy-in. 117 players, 3k up top. But kicking off on Wednesday is the Benelux Classics warm-up day 1A, 40-minute clock, 50,000 chips, 200 plus 30 buy-in, 300k guaranteed. That's the score. 23 bigs for the short stack. About 75 bigs for this player you see on your screen, the chip leader Marco. The Italian now with pocket nines on the button. Rolf Jacob, small blind, A7. Considering a 3-bet, it's not going to work. Folds the A7 and the King 8 in the big blind for Slavic will be defended. Marco has the advantage of position. Well, top 2 for Slavic. Goes check, check. 4 on the turn. $7.6 million in the pot. No 9 in the river for Marco. Slavic. Top 2. Well, that is a huge pot. Absolutely gigantic. Slavic flips spots with Marco. Huge pot. Marco just didn't believe Slavic. Called the check raise on the turn. Just couldn't get away in the river. Paid him off. Slavic over 30 million.
Four pass. Five pass.
Now, how will this affect Marco Maseratu? Slavic on top, 30 million.
Five, raise nine.
Blinds, 200,000, 400,000 coming towards the end of this blind level. About 10 minutes left. Marco, suited ace in the small blind.
To raise 2.8 million. Four pass.
Rolf gets out of the way. Marco with the 3-bet. Slavic with king 4.
Five pass.
Lets it go. Marco up to 23 million. Blinds posted now by Rolf in the small blind. And a Slavic posting big blind on the button. Marco. He's gone down to second in chips, still above average. 23 million. 9-3 suited.
To raise 800. Four pass.
Makes it 850. Well, 800 in fact. Slavic with a suited ace.
Five raise. 2.8.
2.8 million. 3-bet. Marco, 9-3 of diamonds. Does have position, he is suited, but this hand is just way too weak to continue it. Slavic takes it down. Wins the pot.
Oh, turn up. Eight of clubs. It's over. Four raise 800,000. Five call. Two call. Three play after the fours. Five check.
Well, this is a problem. Trips versus 2-pair. Rolf with trips. Marco makes 2-pair. Slavic has none of it. He can just get out of the way. But Marco will be paying Rolf off for at least one street. There's the check call
Heads up to the
on the flop.
two, check.
Six of hearts on the turn. Marco checks. Rolf going to fire again. I mean, Marco has the perfect hand for Rolf to get paid.
1.5.
1.5 million. Marco going nowhere. He's going to be calling this turn bet, and then he's going to reassess things on the river, depending on sizing. Could very well see him calling that river bet also. Oh, sick. Absolutely sick. Now, Marco needs to value. Gets paid, you know. Incredible. Marco's out of position. Too risky to check here.
2 bets over.
Well, he goes for the lot, Marco. Very difficult for Rolf Jacob to get away, but it does. It feels like a king, looks like a king, smells like a king. It is a king. This is really tough. Really tough spot for Rolf Jacob. This is so difficult. Marco gets lucky on the river. He goes for the lot. Rolf counting his stack. This blind level due to expire pretty soon. That would leave Rolf with just about 11 bigs, but he's fought back from similar situations, so he has the strength to come back. He can fold and come back. Rolf Jacob, massive decision. Marco targeting a jack here. Big moment in the tournament. Rolf Jacob. Can he get away? He's a lot invested. Wow, very impressed. Big fold, decent fold. High quality play from Rolf Jacob.
Big blind, please.
Firing when he's ahead, then recognizing when he went behind. We're coming up to a break, so that'll be going through Rolf's mind throughout the break, but soon after then he'll see the replay or someone will feed the info back to him. That was top quality. Marco, small blind. It's just going to put Rolf all in here, I'd expect.
6 million. 4 pass.
Rolf folding the 10-7. Marco. Ace 10 suited. He is picking up the hands, Marco. Rolf Jacob, King 9. Rolf, 3 bets all in. This is it. Going to see a snap from Marco. There's the chip over the line. Rolf Jacob, all in for his tournament life with King 9. Marco with the Ace 10 suited. Having a discussion about the last hand. Rolf Jacob. He's guaranteed himself 53.5k. But believe me, this guy has a lot of talent, Rolf Jacob. But he's in trouble here, all in for his tournament life. He needs to hit. Well, flush draw. He actually increases his equity. Marco hits an ace. Queen on the turn. Heart and heart only for Rolf Jacob to stay in this Swiss Poker Open final. Needs a heart, and it is a heart. 8 of hearts on the river. And you could just see in the background there, Slavic just go, oh boy, how do you do it? That was worth multiple thousands of euro. So it looks like we're going on break. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes. Do join us then for the conclusion to this super event. Rolf gets the double, still short 10 million. Slavic 29 million. Marco 22 million, but blinds will increase 250, 500k. Back soon. Welcome back to this Swiss Poker Open final table. Final 3 players. Blinds are now up. Blinds are 250, 500k. We just watched Rolf Jacob double just before the break. Still 3 players. 120 bigs in play. There you can see top right, new blind level 250, 500k. Rolf on the button. Big slick. Suited. Looks to be 1 million. Blind level is 250, 500k. Marco, 8-5 of clubs, puts in the additional 500,000. Marco hits a pair. Rolf with the gut shot. 9 on the turn. Rolf with that good shot. Marco in the lead. I think Rolf Jacob should be happy to check this back. 2 overs. Good shot, and he gets there in the end. Ace on the river. Rolf Jacob takes down the pot. 11 million now for Rolf. Slavic on the button, Jack 4 suited. Blinds are 250, 500k. Slavic makes it 1.1 million. Rolf puts in the additional 600k. Rolf connects. Second pair. Checks. Slavic. Bottom pair. Checks back. And now it's 2 pair. Rolf Jacob would think his king is in the lead here. He's going to fire. Slavic makes 2 pair. $2.7 million raise. Rolf makes a good fold. Slavic, chip leader. This is the final table of the Swiss Poker Open. Final 3 players, all 3 players guaranteed €53,500. Marco on the button. Suited ace. It's going to be raising here. 1 million. Well, this is big. Slavic with the king queen. This is going to be a big pot. Slavic is going to 3-bet with the king queen. Marco's not going anywhere with a7 suited. Three bet to 4.1 million. Suited ace from Marco, who 4-bets all in. Big play, big move. Slavic has to give this up. I mean, Rolf Jacob is just sitting there when he's sitting on about 15 big blinds. He's the short stack. He's loving this. He could earn himself multiple thousands by not playing a hand. Slavic. Very stubborn, very sticky. But this is a huge shove. King Queen just not good enough. Four-bet rip by Marco, who brings himself on par now with Slavic. And that is Rolf Jacob sitting on about 8 million, about 16 bigs. Oh, this is huge. Button, queens. Three-handed, 8.5 million. Rolf Jacob. There's the open. $1 million. Flat from Slavic and Marco. Suited connectors. He gets involved. 3 players. Rolf Jacob with the goods. Marco's flopped a good shot. Rolf Jacob with the queens is going to fire at least 2 million at this. Looks to be about 1.6. Okay, well this is very sticky. Slavic, ace high, and Marco getting a price. Sizing just a little bit small, I think, with 2 opponents in the pot. Marco pairing a good shot. Rolf Jacob still in the lead with the queens. There's 7 million there. Rolf moves in now. Ace high folds. Marco. May think he's ahead here. 6.3 million. It's going to be expensive to find out. Marco. Maserato. Pair and a good shot. Two pair draw, trip draw. 21% equity. But he's thinking he's ahead here. Rolf Jacob with the queens. There's the call. Rolf gets the action he wants. Marco goes, okay, you got me. Still a bunch of outs. Any 7, 8, or 9 for Marco to put a brutal beat on Rolf Jacob. Big moment. 7. That is sick. Slavic. You can see Slavic like just show more emotion actually than Marco and Rolf. Rolf is just stunned. Marco, don't blame him for that call. He's ahead there quite a lot. Rolf Jacob eliminated. It's pretty brutal. Massive, massive moment. Multiple thousands that card on the river was worth. Rolf Jacob would have gone ahead in chips, I believe. He would have been on 20 million. Marco would have been the short stack. But Rolf has locked up 53,500, well, 53,700 euro. We're going to go on a 2-minute break back for the heads up in just a couple of minutes.
Guys, we continue.
Heads up, here we go. Marco Maserotto, chip leader, Slavic. Not too far behind, 36 million for Marco, so there's about 24 million for Slavic. Lines are 250, 500k. Slavic. That is Marco Maserotto. Big force for the last couple of days. We picked him out early on. Very strong, very solid, totally deserving. Did get lucky to bust out Rolf Jacob, who put in a really super performance, Rolf. Did get rewarded with €53,700. This guy has been absolutely excellent. Zenko Slavic from Bratislava, Slovakia. Really is quality player. Oh, you see in your screen. This will be his biggest tournament score. Cashed in the German Poker Days main event earlier in the summer here in Kings. Pocket nines here on the button. King 7 for Slavic. Won't take much for these guys to get it in, believe me. Slavic calls. King 7 versus 9s. Well, this is a big flop. Both players with 2 pair. Marco Maserotto with the bigger 2 pair. Slavic going nowhere. Jackson 7's king kicker. And it looks like a check raise from Zenko Slavic. Marco won't be convinced that easily. It's going to be 2.8 million back to him, 3.9 million total. No need to play back. He's just going to flat, has position. There's possibilities up against the jack, but more likely a 7. Always the chance Slavic has absolute air here. 11 million in the pot. This is quite sizable. Zenko Slavic. Well, he's going to go again. And it's not going to work. Marco has picked up a straight draw to go along with his 2 pair. So were he up against the jack, he's still got outs. He can hit a 9 for a full boat, 8 for a straight. Strong probability these 9s are good. Marco, big decision, 5.2 million, not going anywhere. Marco makes the call, and this is gigantic, this pot. $21 million in the pot, 13 million behind for Slavic. Jack would be a huge card. Deuce is a blank. Slavic, I think I'm checking here from Slavic. My opponent might fire after missing all his draws. Flush draw busted. A lot of straight draws miss. Look at this class. Bit of jewellery. Beautiful watch. Quality trophy. So massive advantage, 48 million versus 13 million. Close to 4-1 chip advantage for the Italian. Marco, Masarotto, Zenko, Slavic from Bratislava. Under pressure here. King 10, 13 million, 26 bigs. Marco not interested with Jack 5. He's still stacking chips from that last gigantic pot. Both these players have locked up 72k. Nearly 40,000 in the difference between first and second. Marco, ace queen suited. Ten deuce for Slavic. Makes the call. Trips for Marco. Could check this back. 3 of diamonds. Flush draw for Slavic. 3 million in the pot. Zenko Slavic. Bets turn. Marco flops. Trips, checks back, flop. And now just smooth calls. With trips, but Slavic has outs. But it's the sickest of cards. It gives a flush to Slavic and a full house to Marco. Masarotto, all in, snap call. Of course I have the full house, says Marco. And what can I do, says Slavic. That is a sick run out, absolutely. Italian comes out on top. Slavic gets unlucky, turns the flush draw, makes the flush in the river. But it was the check back on the flop from Marco Massaroto that earned him this massive pot. All the chips, every chip in the tournament. That's the Swiss Poker Open organizer. This is a huge day, huge moment in this man's life. 6-figure score. It really is a massive achievement. 1,219 players. Runner-up. What about this guy? He was just pure quality. Oh, he's so strong. Exceptionally sticky. He's very unexploitable. Doing a interview with the media there, just giving his thoughts on the event and how he feels after this massive €72,000 payday. All right for a weekend's work. It's been quite fascinating. It really was a star-studded final table. Some real interesting characters. Third place, Rolf Jacob, unlucky to bust out in the end, but he will receive an enormous payday himself, 53.5k. Then in fourth place, we had the Swiss player Cardano, top quality. That's your champion. Swiss Poker Open. 6-figure score. What a payday. And the Italians have done it once again. Here's the interview for Czech TV, I believe. Quality player. Super strong. That's it from King's Resort. We're going to be back later in the week with the Benelux Classics, the warm-up festival. That's a 200 plus 30 with a 300k guarantee. And then we have the Poker Million starting first week in November. It's $1 million guaranteed for a 500 buy-in. Marco, the champ. It's been another epic event. Massive prize pool. Guarantee was 400k. Players produced €580,000 in the prize pool. And I'm going to sign out. It's good night from me. Good night from King's Resort. We'll be back later in the